I will quickly introduce myself. I'm Yuki. I'm currently doing a bunch of research stuff at Fenbushi Capital. And we are hosting Research House this time, and this is part of the workshops of the Research House where we're going to go through a lot of research discussions about some of the, open problems that exist in the space. Yesterday, we finished the topics on cryptography, which was amazing. And today, we're going to talk about MEV, PBS, and Orderflow. Who is not excited? Very good. Oh, yeah, so everyone's excited. All right, great. So that's that. Now, I'm going to kick off the first discussion/talk, and we'll present something about here. Okay, great. All right, cool. So today, I wanted to kick off the topic with this picture, the pursuit of relay incentivization, right? So I think recently I've been doing a lot of work around figuring out a lot of the relay incentive, why there's a problem around relays for PBS, and how can we tackle that as a community with all of you guys here. So that's the conversation that I want to kick off here. So just to recap, I'm sure every one of you guys already kind of know this, but in a visually, we have this PBS landscape, right? And I kind of marked builders and relays red because these two entities are so far sort of like the more centralizing effect, where a lot of the centralizing effects are accruing right now. If you look at the top builders, I mean, all of the familiar names. If you look at the relays, I mean, the familiar names going away. So, there's very interesting dynamics that are playing around in these two roles within the PBS. So, one of the relay incentive problems, I kind of split it into two parts, but first let me kind of go through some of the relay incentive problems that I see so far. And as I kind of stated here, most relays aren't running profitably. Is that correct, Alex?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair, right, exactly. So, yes, so most relays aren't running profitably, and they're losing at around like 100K to 500K per year in just operating that relay. A lot of which may be like human costs, like hiring engineers are expensive, and if you optimize the machines, maybe you can amortize the machine costs to like maybe 10K or whatever, like reasonably. But still, it's a lot of cost. And now, with the appearance of ultrasound, we also have a latency game that is appearing as well. So optimistic relay came in, so the latency assumptions become even more strict around the operation of the relay. So all of the, the more OG relays will now have to figure out, okay, how can we be even more competitive in this kind of like latency optimized landscape. And yeah, this is a great meme from Matt from Blocknative, so I kind of look at that for instance. And then another instant problem here is that relays are doubly trusted entities. Validators, builders both have to trust relays. But when stuff goes bad, they also blame relays, right? So relays are kind of in this like a middle spots where like, right, I'm doing good job for both of you guys, but when I fuck up, both of you guys also, fucks me over, right? So that's like a very weird spot to be in, and yet they don't have any incentives to gain from doing all of these relay jobs. Now, obviously, back in the day, we all perhaps thought that, okay, relay might disappear one day, that with ePBS, that it may no longer be that relevant, or may no longer be that important, or perhaps may no longer be that trusted, or that need to be trusted. But I think, based on some of the discussions across the researchers in the space, it seems to be more and more uncertain that whether ePBS will be a thing in the future in any time soon. Hence why I kind of have it here that perhaps relay we probably will exist, right? So relay matters. I think the point I kind of wanted to make here is that relay is a topic that we should discuss about. It's one of the very important actors that is still withholding and kind of pulling together the PBS landscape. So why do people still run relay anyway? And I think one of the advantage that used to have was the co-location with the builders, where you as a relay running closely located with builders enables you some latency advantage compared to other builders. So, builder relay was basically a latency optimization play, essentially. But obviously, that may no longer be the case when there's a lot of searcher builders that are now also dominating the market with their own order flow. Even though like the guys like Titan, I think probably mainly Titan are trying to like hyper optimize the latency game, which is good for them. But at the same time, there's still searcher builders that are fairly dominating the market with their own order flow. Hence, the latency game would not matter as much as if you were just like aggregating those flow from everywhere else, like how Titan is doing. And then the third reason I kind of put it here is like public good. A couple people made a lot of ETH from the back of the day. They're like, all right, I want to give back to the community. All right, I'm gonna start running relay. I heard a couple of people like that already, so I know for a fact that there's a lot of public good relay operators out there as well. Maybe perhaps some of you guys are here as well. So some obviously are also speculating that perhaps we may have a future for monetizing this relay, and I think that's what I'm gonna sort of like allude a little bit. Probably won't have time to dive too much deeper into this, but just so that we can get this conversation started. So why builders need relays? I kind of just have some bullet points here, but I do want to allude you guys to this diagram where you kind of see like how many validators are connected to each relays. So you can think of it as like, Ultrasound connected to 730K validators, Flashbots connected to 875K validators. Like the relays act as a role of aggregating those connections with all of the validators, such that the builders themselves don't have to do that. So that's why I said here that that relay essentially provides a broader validator reach, and the relay can handle the work of actually connecting and registering those validators to themselves. And obviously, like if the relays have a good latency infrastructure, they can also provide a low latency in payload delivery and payload propagation of the block across the network. Now, I guess I also wanted to mention here that that you could also alternatively have a builder relay, but builder relay in general does require a lot of heavy bootstrapping in terms of one, builder trying to gain validator trust such that the validators are willing to register with them, and two, essentially devise a way such that their builder relay will somehow be more attractive options versus the existing relay, which oftentimes means that it may incur more cost to the builder themselves by perhaps sending a lower bid to other relays and higher bid to their own builder relay, which may be less well connected when compared to like Ultrasound and Flashbots and those like OG relays. Well, okay, Ultrasound is maybe a bit newer, but right, yeah. So that's that. And then why validators need relays? Again, I kind of put a graph here, but so same thing, broader builder reach. They would essentially help aggregate again to aggregate all of the bids through different builders and then send it over to the validator, or in this case, the proposers, so that they would be able to receive as many bids and possibly highest bid possible for that specific given block. It also ensures the correctness of the bid such that they're not like bluffing or anything. But okay, this can be a bit dependent. Some require big collateral, some may not. So there's some variance there. But the point here I want to make is that relay is sort of like a very key component so far on the PBS building block. And we may have dismissed them previously for the fact that, yes, we may have ePBS. But for the foreseeable future, that's what I see. And for the foreseeable future, this guy is not getting paid. So let's kind of figure out how this guy can be paid, right? Now, some of the questions maybe we can ask ourselves, right? Who should pay for the relay costs? And how should the relay be paid? And this question obviously kind of dive into like, oh, okay, who sets the fee and how, etc., etc. But these two are probably like the overarching problems that is still kind of in a bit of a debate. Like how should we do this, and including later on, Alex will dive into more about this. But they're also doing some experiments about how we can better figure out these problems. So this is a very short opening intro to this problem statement about this relay incentivization. And again, I have done a piece on this relay incentivization problems and have dove into a bit more details about how exactly I see the relay incentivization landscape could span out. So, for anyone interested, please check out this QR code that I essentially would have a bit more details about that. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. So now I'm going to hand over the mic to Alex from Ultrasound Relay to dive more into the competitive relay dynamics for our relay landscape. So please give a round of applause to Alex.
All right. Yeah, competitive relays. So to start, I'm Alex. I'm from the Ultrasound team. About 2 years ago, I started working on ultrasound.money, the website that you may have seen screenshots of. You may have seen the little emojis on your Twitter or X feed. And what I want to talk about today a little bit is how relays can be competitive and what that might look like, the relay landscape in the near future. So I'd say that relays are a smaller component that sits within a larger topic, which is PBS, which sits within an even larger phenomenon, which is MEV. These two I won't be talking about at all. I also think there's like many great researchers in the room that can tell you a lot more about it a lot better than I can. I'm mostly active as a builder, but what I might be able to offer some insight on is what I think is going to happen with relays specifically. And also good to note that this would then all be pre-PBS changes as well, or sorry, pre-ePBS changes. As soon as the protocol enshrines something, that would of course change a whole lot more. So let's talk about relays. So very quick history. Starting point that I picked is like when Flashbots deployed the MEV Boost software, which was when the merge happened back in September of 22. I mean, a lot happened before this, a lot of posts, stuff during the proof of work era. But I think this is a good starting point, as this is where the first relay was born. Now this relay did very, very well. You can see how very quickly, like the amount of blocks that gets built with a MEV Boost just shoots up. I think today we sit at about 93%. And then pretty quickly, maybe not as quickly as some people had hoped, but reasonably quickly, a whole bunch of extra relays pops up. And I think they pop up for various reasons. I think some of it is decentralization, like very Ethereum aligned values. Some of them showed up for censorship resistance, right? At some point, the Flashbots relay decided that they felt like they had to do OFAC censorship for very reasonable reasons. And some relays, Ultrasound being one of them, popped up very much so because they wanted to do something about how many blocks were now being censored. And some relays popped up because they wanted to make a profit, and of course, like, and this is also true for the Ultrasound relay. Like, it's a mix of all three for the different relays. Then, noticed when I did my run through that I don't have that much time for this, so I'll just say like currently there's some things that we're very happy with relays, right? How they connect all builders to proposers, and how proposers now have very equal access to average MEV that they earn per block. There's also some things that we're not so happy with, like there's maybe 6, 7 relays. That's still not that many. You could still say that that's very centralized. And with that might come some power if relays try to use that position for something. You can also just say, as already happened, that if you want to pressure relays and make them sensor, for example, you might be able to do so because there's not that many. So you just need to have the right jurisdictions to do something about that. I'll skip over the other ones. What I will say is like there's a great post, Why Enshrine Proposer Builder Separation by Mike Noiter and Justin Drake on ETH Research. It has like a very elaborate overview of the current weaknesses that relays have and why we might want to get rid of them and move ePBS forward. Also interesting to notice that some of these may be improved just out of protocol, like how many relays there are. There could just become more relays. Some of them are impossible to do something about, like the trust based on reputations that we have with relays. Like that is the point. If you want to get rid of that, you need to move in protocol somehow to change that. So then going back to these 3, it seems that as far as decentralization goes, or this providing of MEV value to proposers, relays are actually doing their job. It's still, you could say, not that many, but they are at least working as envisioned and giving access to MEV. Censorship resistance, I think we've also seen that relays will come to try and do something about it. And relay censorship, at least, is a lot better now. Builder is not looking so great, but relays have shown up to do something about that. So it seems that at least there's also some pushback happening and a natural ecosystem forming. The profit one, as Yuki was already mentioning, is the one that seems to be where relays struggle the most. And you could also say that this is, of course, if this one doesn't work, the current equilibrium that we have might be very unstable. We've already seen that the Blocknative relay stopped. So let's zoom in a little bit on that one. I call it here relay sustainability. You could also fairly call it relay profitability, right? But this is like how relays can establish their existence. So this is like a very quick cut through that I did of like what is the current value of relays. So I think relays are valuable to builders and proposers. And then again, like just really simplifying some things. Some big aspects that count for builders and proposers are trust, of course. Relays are trusted by builders to not look into the blocks that they want to publish and steal MEV. Relays are trusted by proposers, so that whenever a proposer signs a block, they pick a bid, basically. They trust the relay to make sure that that bid actually gets published and makes it on chain. Both of them, of course, are interested in having profitable blocks. And then finally, you also see that censorship is a big dimension. You even see that some cases you have proposers which are part of companies that might be US entities, and those entities might have to comply with OFAC. So you even see some proposers demanding that the relay do some filtering, otherwise they won't connect. Again, the one I'm going to zoom in on is what we see around profit and what builders and proposers want there. So to approach it on a very high level, profitable blocks win. And why do profitable blocks win? Because proposers are selecting the most valuable block, bid value increases over time, and faster relays seem to win. I'll very slowly step through these 3 to explain this current state. I think this one, there's not that much to explain. Like proposers will pick the more valuable block. We can maybe rely a little bit on the altruism of proposers, but in generally, that's of course not what we want to do. And we just see that proposers are picking the valuable block. You see some self-building maybe, but like I have shown before, like the numbers are pretty high. Something like 93% now is going through MEV Boost because they are far more valuable blocks. So then the second step, bid value increases over time. Let's look at that. So here's like an active overview that you can see. This is from the website payload.de. And you can see how bids are coming in as time moves forward. And you see on the right here like an overview of the builder bids and like which one is winning. And then sometimes you see like a yellow line fly through the graph, which is when a bid gets selected by a proposer. So this is like the dynamic version if you were to try and plot this on a graph, this is from the Time is Money, Strategic Timing Games in Proof of Stake Protocols paper. It's a great paper, very interesting. I think it's done by some EF researcher, someone from Jump Crypto in a university that I can't quite recall, but you can look up the paper. So this is like a plot of this, where we see here, this is the time before a slot starts and a proposer picks what they're going to propose on chain. Then we see here a really big wave. These are all the bids that come in from builders. And then the relevant section is like this greenish area with the line flying through, which is the value of the bid, right? So the only takeaway that I want to bring across here is like up and to the right is what this line does. Bid value increases over time. Then maybe to simplify, you see that some bids come in after T is 0. For my next examples, I'll assume that it is as if the proposer always asks exactly at the start of their slot, what is the best bid that I can find? And we go from there. You'll see why I make the simplification in a moment. Because it seems like faster relays win. Why? So to take an example, let's say there's some builders over there, there's a relay in the middle, and there's a proposer here on the right. And let's suppose that for the builders to get their bid to a relay takes them 200 milliseconds, and for a relay to get their bid to a proposer also takes 200 milliseconds. Now, if we, from this previous graph, suppose that the proposer at T0 is going to ask, what is the best bid that I can get? That means that the last possible moment that the builder can still get a bid all the way to the proposer is T minus 400 milliseconds. Like this, does that make sense generally? Okay, cool. So then let's suppose that there's another relay that's slightly faster. This relay only needs 100 milliseconds to go from builder to relay and 100 milliseconds to go to the proposer. So that means that the last possible bid that we can still get to a proposer is at T minus 200 milliseconds. Now that would mean that there is, and I tried to use the length of the lines here. I'm sure there's a better visualization possible, but I ran out of time. Maybe if you have ideas, you can tell me after. But let's suppose that this is the faster relay. It has slightly shorter lanes through time, you can imagine. That means that for this relay, the builder has 200 extra milliseconds to come up with a bid. And like we just saw, bid value increases over time. So there's 200 milliseconds in which there could be a slightly more valuable bid that goes from that builder all the way to the proposer. And now the next insight, and for this a hat tip to Justin Drake, like he's often the ideas guy for things that Ultrasound ends up working on, and as he also often is way ahead of me at least. He pointed out that this second relay may be overbidding. If we go to this scenario where we're in the last milliseconds right before a proposer is going to ask for a block, and there's still 200 milliseconds in which this builder is coming up with a more valuable bid to this relay, but we already know that this relay cannot reach that proposer anymore because there's less than 400 milliseconds remaining, then this bid going up over here, if it's already higher than this one, like it will never get outcompeted anymore. So this relay could just outbid this one by one way when there's only these last 200 milliseconds left, and it knows that everything else that it gets is value that it doesn't have to pass on to the proposer, because this would be in a way overpaying. You're already the only one that's still going to be able to talk to the proposer. Why would you be bidding even more than anybody else, and nobody else is able to bid anymore? So, which instead of doing this overbidding, we'll try to smartly look at what the other bids are that are available and try not to do that. It's not simple to do this. I mean, you get built blocks from builders and you're supposed to pass them on to proposers. A relay needs to a little bit become a builder to be able to do this. Like the payment to the proposer is in the block that we're getting from the builder. So it's a bit complicated to do it, but we've been experimenting with it for a while now, or at least we've been researching it for a while, and it looks like it's very possible. So this would be a way where relays can capture some value. So then, to look forward with all that we've have established, I think we will see that some relays will make use of a competitive advantage. And I think also once you see that these relays might have more valuable blocks than other relays, it becomes really hard to stop a relay like that. This is the relay that has the more valuable block to offer to a proposer. So I would say that you want relays that are Ethereum aligned, but at the same time, you want to make sure that they're very competitive. Like we at Ultrasound have, for example, said we want to self-cap at a third. Like we don't want to relay more blocks than that because we think that's unhealthy for decentralization. We're also hopeful that if this does go well and we manage to capture a bunch of value with the relay this way, we would be very interested in using a significant portion to fund other relays to make sure that the relay ecosystem stays healthy. But of course, you don't have to do that. You can just come in as a competitive relay and not care about any of those things. And then again, you might rely on proposers to say, do I want to connect to this relay? But this is, like, you don't want to make proposers responsible for this kind of stuff if you can help it. Like, I'm going max speed to try and communicate all of this to you, and now we want like 800,000 people to start making the right. Like, it's if you can avoid it, that'd be great. So I expect then that we see that some relays are competitive, and they kind of play this game. And I expect that we see some relays that are less competitive, but are still there and fulfill a very important decentralization role. And if a proposer, for example, wants to switch away, are there as an option. And of course, like further away, then you can expect that there's a ePBS to show up. Then I'll add that like this is one way in which you can earn as a relay. It definitely doesn't appear easy to find other ways, but I'm quite confident that it is possible. I think one that is already being experimented on is relays charge a fee. This is also something that's not live, but that I know people are working on to see, can just all relays or a majority of relays start charging a fee to builders and try and be more profitable or sustainable that way. Another idea that I'm actually quite excited about and I think hasn't really been tried yet is to have a relay guild, much like protocol guilds, where you say, well, there's a lot of people that are huge beneficiaries of the current status quo around MEV. Can we just get those people to throw money in a collective treasury, much like protocol guild, and then distribute that over a number of relays? I hope that has given you some insight in what I think the relays might look like in the future. Thank you.
That was a great, talk on the relay incentivization and 80 questions or any, things that here wondering about this relay problems or any comments from you guys on this matter.
Where are the slides available?
I mean, we'll try to make the slides available after the talk, so just keep. Probably we'll post it on Twitter. So if that's okay for you guys. And yes, we'll have the recording as well. So that's possible. Yes. You have the mic.
Okay, with the mic. One. So, as you mentioned, like relays are kinda centralized, right? And did you consider maybe, you can see the block, and you can see like if you get some transfers or your fee or something, and is it possible to add latency, maybe artificial latency for the blocks that are profitable to you or like blocks that are not profitable to you? Yeah, you like add more latency to them.
Yeah, I think I would for sure need more context than that. Speaking purely from the relay perspective, I'd say that's very difficult to do because generally you'd have other relays, and relays they're already pretty low latency. So I think as a relay you would start losing very quickly if you start adding artificial latency. But there might be some room there, and maybe you're also thinking of more than just the relay. So be curious to hear more context. And yeah, maybe we can talk about it more.
Well, there's 6 relays.
If they work together, right? Yeah, no. Obviously, if the relays work together, then that could be a way to do that. There's other concerns with that if all relays agree on slowing down their blocks, for example. But I do think there's just a basic truth to if all relays start charging something, then it becomes very hard to bypass them.
Yeah, so I think it's profitable to all relays, and it's to the
right. Then maybe as a more direct answer, I can add you to the group where relay funding is discussed, and then if you can convince everybody to make something like this happen, then that's great. But it turns out in practice to still be quite hard. Yeah.
I guess one question that I also want to raise a bit to maybe also you can answer on this, but essentially there's always a pull string between the competitive dynamics
versus this like an altruistic aspect where you're kind of like self-capping yourself and whatnot. But then oftentimes that is a very unstable equilibrium because if you have just one, competitive but not very altruistic relay to just like boom come into the market, then boom, it's over, right? So I mean it's over in the sense that like sorry, I'm making a lot of noises, but anyway, it's over in the sense that like you have one dominant relay that could just kind of be very competitive and take the entire market share of this like payload deliveries, and as well as like capturing some parts of the bits revenue. So like what do you think about that concerns around this like unstable equilibrium?
Yeah. Just in a very practical sense, I'm hopeful that builders like myself will try to build relays that take into account these like longer time horizons and broader effects on the ecosystem. But I say hoping is not a great way to design a strong protocol. So if we go like one step beyond that, I would say like the worse it gets, the more I'm looking to Ethereum protocol designers to say, okay, this is not great. We need a better design. Let's somehow bring this in protocol.
So basically, you're saying that in protocol PBS is, or from your perspective, do you think that would be the ideal solution?
Yeah, I get real hesitant if I have to speak on how I feel about doing ePBS, especially because like there's multiple designs and there's many opinions about it. But what I will say is like the worse the relay ecosystem gets, the more I think we need to do that. But it's kind of open. Like the relay ecosystem still could look pretty nice, or it could start looking nicer going into the future. I still think there's some pretty fundamental parts where it's just not aligned with Ethereum's core values. Like again, this post that I referred to, I think is a great post to talk about that. Why enshrine proposer builder separation? But it could start looking better, and then maybe there's not as much pressure on getting ePBS landed in protocol.
Yeah, just quick one on the amount of relays. Is Titan doing relay a good or a bad?
Wait, is Titan here? No. Oh, wait, hold on. You're Titan? Yeah. Oh, great. Well, hold on. Can I?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go for it. They want to.
No comment. No comment. There you go, bro.
I can make a comment. I guess from our perspective, it seems like the relay development hasn't been that great, especially like catering to the builders and catering to decentralized traders. So we want to push the relays further, development-wise, speed-wise. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So, and I guess whether it's good or not, the whole like relay monetization issue that everyone's seeing, we think that makes more sense if builders run that. Then there's no issue that the relay's going to shut down because they can't afford it anymore, which seems quite realistic. Alex?
Yeah. In general, I think more relays better. Like we want to see relays that try and make sure that things are stable and that proposers get access to great blocks. I will say at the same time, like it is proposer builder separation. Like the reason that we created it is because there's risks when builders get really close with proposers, but also to Titan's credit, like they seem to be a very like ecosystem aligned builder. They're definitely not just profit maxing and disregarding any of the impacts they have. So. Part of it remains to be seen, I would say, but so far it looks pretty good.
Perhaps one could argue that if you are ecosystem aligned builder, that you could bring enough credibility to your builder relay as well. So as such, maybe some form of builder relay might make sense, but there's concerns about the degree of alignment, right? The ETH alignment. So that is obviously some concerns there too, but imagine some searcher builder running relay. Hell yeah, that's gonna be fun. Oh yeah. Okay.
What comes afterwards?
So what comes after what exactly?
After what you presented today.
That you mean that some relays start competing maybe a little bit more and
Now, so let's say you ship the second price auction, and
Yeah.
first one out the value. What comes afterwards? What's the next step for Ultrasound?
oh yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty interesting, especially because it would mean for us as a relay that we get also much more aligned with some of the incentives that builders, for example, have. Like one of the reasons that we have not implemented very rapidly some of the things that builders have been asking for is because it also just didn't matter to us that much. Like we were already doing almost 33% of blocked, and we already said that we didn't want to do more, so why would we do more? But now we're getting reasons to do so, and also ways in which we can stay below 33% and still be able to capture more value. And a lot of this has to do with latency, which I think, as you've heard already, like is something builders really care about. So I think we improve the relay a lot further is one of the things that's next for Ultrasound. And if I can take it a little bit broader still, like that's not the only thing we work on, and we also care to build like lots of other things within the Ethereum ecosystem. So then if our team is better funded, where now we're not so funded, then we could use that to build a whole other like maybe public goods. Yeah.
Why did you pick t equals 0?
Or it just simplifies things. Like if proposers don't ask you at t equals 0, you need to be a lot smarter about what you're gonna do with this second price auction, as you refer to it. But yeah, just things get more complicated. But I'm happy to answer more questions after.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back on the Titan point. Sorry about that. So two things. First, I think the equilibrium is like you open a Pandora box once your builder and you run relays, and more on your side, like Titan can just shove off the 200 first millisecond, and we know how the thing works, the distribution. So internally, like how can you even compete as a relayer? Let's say V1, and that would be V2.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I hope we don't get there and there will just be a diverse relay ecosystem and it'll be fine. But if we have to, and we, for example, see that Titan has a huge advantage because they now do things where it's not so much an open source relay that they run quite separately, but it's something that's heavily integrated with their builder and they have a very strong advantage, then we also have to start thinking about what can we do with builders to get right next to their software, maybe even run on their machine some kind of black box that we use to relay things. But I'm not necessarily trying to accelerate even harder.
There's a question from the back here. Does Flashbots send you any order flow? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think, I'm looking to the Flashbots people. I'm pretty sure that their builder submits to us as well. I think virtually everything.
Yeah.
Exclusively.
Oh, if there's like any things that are exclusive to us from Flashbots?
Or in general.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think, like, they may have some like on their own relay, like a small amount, and it might be related to some of the products, for example, that they have, like the map share stuff. No? Okay, well, then, no, okay, then sounds like no.
So it sounds like running more relays is necessary for the ecosystem on the one hand. On the other hand, it is competitive, right? Suppose I want to run a relay. I have a team that can scale it up, but it never ran a relay. Where do I start?
Yeah, I think this is very doable. Again, like much credit to Flashbots there. Like they open sourced all the stuff that they built. There's now Titan who's built a whole bunch of stuff that they made open source. We have some small parts that are open source and some small parts that are not. So I'd say like go look for the open source software that exists for running a relay. And then from there, I think maybe get in contact also with some of the existing relays. I think at least we would be very willing to help you get on your way.
All right, there's one more question.
Hey everyone, Murat here. I was formerly the product lead at Blocknative, and you could say I was partially in charge of finding a way to monetize the relay. And I left and started PriMev, which we've been building this MEV commit piece of P2P software, partially because the vision was that, and this came out of the MEV Boost Steward's first call, partially because the vision was that relays will do more in the future. So that this second price auction with sealed bids, and adding things like prof and top block auctions like Manifold are doing is partially towards this vision, and we continue to feel that this is the way to kind of move forward and have relays do more across the MEV pipeline, and think of the pipeline as like a whole set of things that any actor could sort of do modularly, and hopefully relays inherit some of this. How do you think about this approach and this kind of evolution of relays from just kind of payload deliverers to additional services that are maybe not fully in method or vision?
Yeah, no, I like it, right? Again, like I think this relay ecosystem and even the wider MEV ecosystem could flourish, where people start building more things that are great for proposers and also builders. Why not? The challenge often is that you already see that updating the relay software, especially on the proposer side, is something that's very tricky to do. And now you need to get hundreds of thousands of proposers to make changes. And it's changes that are critical to the functioning of the protocol. Of course, the protocol can do without MEV, but we've already seen times where the protocol didn't finalize as quickly because there were issues happening. So I think it might be quite difficult, especially if you try to do features that have something to do with how proposer side functions. But I would highly encourage relays, as we are trying to do, to develop some kind of edge, whatever that is, and try to monetize that to make themselves healthy.
Great. Sorry, the time has kind of run out, but the round of applause. So I know there's Danny from Flashbots. Please give a round of applause.
Hi everyone, I'm Danny from Flashbots. I'm a data scientist. I'm here to share a data analysis of order flow, mempool, block building relevant topics relevant to everyone here. So starting with some insights or understanding from a order flow analysis to look at what's the trend and evolution happening in the order flow landscape, particularly about DEX trading. And then how many, from the order flow analysis, we found out that a lot of the applications are already adopting private mempool, they're sending their flow to some particular private mempool already. And then also just combine that with also today's block builders game, acquiring more private order flow share. So let's start. So here's a chart summarizing basically past 3 years how the routers are, their market share volume for accounted volume. So to clarify, the volume here we're counting is by all the routers that's labeled as acknowledged projects, say Uniswap frontends or 1inch frontends or Matcha, or excluding all those MEV bots volume. So here you can see pretty much starting from DeFi summer, July 2020, it was still DEX router dominating. So basically people are still trading on AMN DEX, basically Uniswap front end. And maybe there was some old order book model 0x or maybe Delta IDEX. But then quickly starting after was 1inch leading the aggregator game, the aggregator volume starting to take off. And at this point, the DEX aggregator is starting to basically aggregate the liquidity fragmented across different pool, so to provide a better price for a user coming to the front end. And then there's meta aggregator comes out from for example, wallets starting to introduce swaps into their front end. Basically, MetaMask swaps allows you to just one click inside of your wallet. You don't need to do you don't need to go to any front ends. You can just swap within the wallets. And so they ping all the aggregators. So we kind of call them meta aggregator. They're aggregating across aggregators. But the volume is always small because it's mostly coming from really small trades from the retail. And then leading by CowSwap, they started the solver model, which is basically trying to decentralize or basically outsourcing the solving towards a set of solvers that's trying to provide a more competitive solving or routing solution for them, for their user, compared to the one entity doing the solving as DEX aggregator. And there's a little tiny piece here in the end, which is a new type of router we found that's taking a volume share, which is Telegram bots. So this is sort of how the trend looks like for all the routers for DEX volume. And one trend that we identified first is that pretty much Telegram bots is the only new novel use case or application that's been happening past year and been taking off activity. So last chart, it wasn't obvious because that was about volume. But here, if you look at the transaction count, so to measure basically on-chain activity, and it's basically Telegram bots taking more than 30% nowadays. And it's the only thing that's been popping since past year. And but they have a fundamental issue, right? But because they're asking to share your private key to them. So I believe that's also one reason why the volume is small, because people wouldn't really trust to put like really big funds into Telegram bots, but just to testing it out. The second trend here is that like the solver models, since CalSwap started, there's one integration, there's Uniswap X, they're starting to taking off by volume as well. Where really like I think it's like next level game DEX router or DEX aggregator is trying to do, which is like to potentially introduce competition or basically auction it off to a bunch of solvers, so to potentially introduce more competitive routing or optimal routing, as they say. I think it's a question remain to be answered. It's like today we will say, yeah, of course, solver model probably have a better pricing or execution quality compared to DEX aggregator, compared to AMN. But I don't think there's any concrete or solid data reports yet to really compare the difference. It's also a hard problem to compare because you have to basically have a benchmark, say, for example, what's the best AMM liquidity back then, and then compare on top of it. And I think it's a good idea, but the execution maybe, remain to be answered as well, because like today, like CalSwap allows the solver to like answer a solution like within 10 seconds, and 10 seconds isn't really a fast time, for, the liquidity. And like another problem here is that like solver incentive seems broken. And as we heard from like some solvers, they might complain like it's a lot of work with like little incentive. Like, for example, like this chart here, like left one is all the solvers on CalSwap. And you can see like there's a lot of like new players coming in, but they churn away as well. There's still like a lot of players today on CalSwap because there's still like pretty good profits coming from Cal token, but we also, wonder if it's going to be sustainable, or like CalSwap team is basically, bleeding Cal token question. Like this is 1 inch, and they used to have a really good incentive model with like the inch gas token, where solvers can potentially get the refunds through that. And it was, I think, removed or basically deprecated since like March or, earlier this year. And you can clearly see a lot of the solvers kind of turned away. And nowadays it's pretty much 1 inch and a few other market makers. So, so I think that's a question, like if solver model can be sustainable, they will probably need to fix the economics. So the third trend here is that there's more and more RFQ integration coming up, like that we can see. Even though the volume here is going down because of the markets in general, the trading volume is going down, but you can see the number of RFQ models coming out is growing. So in the end, there's like a lot more RFQ nowadays that's like integrated everywhere, and they prefer, or basically they tend to try to intermediate all the aggregators trying to access the flow more directly. Say for example, work with MetaMask directly with a direct RFQ integration, etc. Potentially, it's a good thing for DEX trading because that potentially is producing, introducing the private liquidity or better routing the AMM, because how it works is that on DEX aggregator, they will be like pinging AMM, they'll also ping private market maker, and then compare the price, and if the market maker's price is better than AMM, they will take the RFQ order. So yeah. So calling back to my old slides, so I was like calling it out, saying like, oh, there's a lot of like places that market makers plugging themselves into. Like they are the MEV bots, they are the RFQ quote provider, they are the toxic flow, there are like block builders as well. Potentially, I had a sign up, so like they probably gonna be also the solver or like filler on Uniswap. And guess what? Like, what is this? Like, we're looking at the Sankey, and so for example, this is a 1 inch fusion's liquidity diagram, and then you can clearly see, like, for example, from the left is the entry point where they goes into 1 inch website, and it's by default fusion, and it goes to the fusion system, and then there's a bunch of solver. There's one resolver, like fully supplied by Wintermute liquidity. So like, yeah, I'm like, it's vertical integration everywhere, market maker everywhere. So PsyOps proven. Yeah, and so another view looking at the trading behavior for all these different categorized use cases that we're talking about is also interesting, where like if you see on the left is trade size, on the right side is trading pairs. It's like a clear trend on the left that, like, for example, from top to down, Telegram bots are pretty much very small trades. And combined with the part on the right side, they are pretty much only trading long tail because they're doing like, small amount of like fact running or like, like atomic MEV on chain. And then the orange one is wallet swap, and they're trending to like much smaller trade coming from the retail. And then DEX front ends is still very dominant in terms of like percentage, but then they're trending also to smaller trades. Meta aggregator are trending towards bigger trades because potentially they're supposed to be better as pricing for bigger trades. And Solver mode is like only in the very big trades or like whale trades. Yeah, so that's been interesting. So I have some chart to show, but it's like a chart crime. It's like a lot of labels, and I don't think anyone can see it clearly. But I will read it out, and I will have like conclusion version. So like, so yeah. So this is like I'm trying to, yeah. So I'm trying to put them into a scatter plot, and like so on the y-axis it's the trade count. On the x-axis it's the median trade size. So really just combine that two charts together and trying to locate them into a landscape, right? And so you can clearly see like. Uniswap is like the king of distribution, so like they're by number of trades that are like high up. That's why I have to also make the axis log scales because like otherwise like there you can't really see the structure. So and I labeled them by the use case or category they are serving. So the yellow one is Banana Gun, like Maestro, DexView, like Unibot. They're all Telegram bots. They're like all circling around on the top left. And then most of the gray are circling around like middle, but like on the left, like smaller trade size, lower frequency maybe, and they're all wallet swap. And then like the blue one are all the DEX aggregators. And then the green one is Solver. And then the pink one are all the DEX front ends. So like they're really actually clustering around their area. So like I think this is a pretty good conclusion to conclude what are the use cases served by DeFi today, right? So like Telegram bots, higher frequency bot-like trades, but like small trades today. Retail trades coming from the wallets are like smaller retail on the left lower bottom. If you see it as like quadrants of like 4 area, right? And then the only one DEX, which is Uniswap, is like outlier there. But most of the DEX front end are like in the bottom layer, like which are like basically pretty inactive, but like they are actually like all over the place in terms of trade size because like different AMM design might be favoring different pricing for different trading size or pair. Bigger whale trade always go to Solver, and then medium whale trade are served mostly by DEX aggregator. But this part is left blank, right? Like so, there's nothing or like really we're identifying as the the application today is serving the retail on DeFi to trade high frequency and larger trade. So what do you guys think is there? My answer is basically DeFi and the MEV bots. So yeah, I think it's still something we can work on and to fill in the blank. To acknowledge a lot of the work here is by a collaboration with my teammate Angela, and she's writing a blog post coming out soon. So looking forward to that. So next is like basically looking at all those volume number we looked at by project. We noticed a really interesting trend about private mempool. So once we join the public mempool data set and check like if any of the transaction was seen in the public mempool, we noticed that like, there are some certain applications that are using private mempool particularly. So if we look at a few Sankey, it's also impossible to read, but I'll read. So like this is the CalSwap Sankey in terms of their order flow. They come in from their front end and then goes to solver system, and then the red one shows that like pretty much almost all of them are going to private mempool, and then they all go to MEV Blocker, which is their order flow auction, and they go to all the builders. The next one is 1-inch order flow. It's two parts. One is 1-inch fusion, which is a solver model. One is the normal 1-inch router part, and the solver part, basically 1-inch fusion, are pretty much also all going to private mempool. The normal 1-inch router one, because the user is doing the submission, it's not really like 1-inch or the solver is controlling the submission. Mostly are still going to public mempool. And Telegram bots is another big example that we're seeing they're using private mempool. Unibot is sending to all the private flow to private mempool and forwarding to Flashbots Protect mostly. And the Maestro Telegram bots also sending to private mempool and also to, actually they're sending to both OFA, like Flashbots Protect, and also MEV Blocker. So like they're multiplexing cross OFA, which is not a great idea. We also have analysis about this because once you're multiplexing, you're like undermining basically the privacy setting on Flashbots Protect or MEV Share that's being shared to MEV Blocker, and then like also each other can potentially invalidate the other one's valid background to be landed. So we have some more rants about that. So to conclude, the private mempool adoption by application category is pretty interesting that we're seeing among all the application, meta aggregator, DEX fronts, because there mostly are still user submission, and there are still some private mempool adoption by user, basically. It's around 20 or 30%, which is pretty impressive by volume here, though. And then software model and Telegram bots are pretty much all sending to private flow. So if you're building private RPC, you know who to talk to, right, as your customer. Yeah, and so for all the volume we're accounting here, it's also like pretty shocking that like 50% of the volume for all the potentially non-toxic flow is going to private mempool already. But imagine like also adding the MEV bots flow, it's probably gonna be even more leaning towards private flow, right? So yeah. But next is how does that entail to like block builders who basically assuming like private order flow is the king for block building, as we all think. So to quick recap, the underlying data here is like today 93% of validators running MEV Boost, and so like 93% here is like MEV Boost versus 7% for vanilla validators, and the top builders are Beaver, Rsync, Titan, Flashbots, and I think a lot of us probably acknowledge like, oh, the top ones are like basically searcher builder. They have their own CFI ARP flow. Potentially, it's like much more valuable for the block bidding value. Titan is also a neutral builder, but potentially also with a lot of like interesting flow. So another concluding data here is that 15% of Ethereum transactions are going through private mempool. So an interesting data comparison is from this year Q1, like in January to March, we looked at like by different builder, what's the private order flow percentage for each one. And these are all the top builders back then, right? So it's around like 3% to 5%. And it's trending up, like, yeah. And we had a refresh on this data thanks to Mempool Dumpster that was built by a Flashbot teammate. We looked at like top builders today, like in Q3 is basically around at least around 13 or 15%, pretty stable. And even the smaller builders also have like 5%, 7%, 10% as well. It's 3 times basically compared to Q1. So yeah, like private mempool adoption is definitely happening. And to answer the question, or basically to prove the assumption everyone has, like private order flow is the king to block bidding, we're just showing it in data here. So like this chart is showing like the y-axis is number of landed blocks or winning blocks, and the x-axis is basically the private order flow percentage. And you can pretty much see like Beaver and Rsync has the highest number of landed blocks and also pretty much high private order flow percentage. Flashbots also has really high private order flow percentage because we have a private RPC product called the Flashbot Protect. Builder 69 also Gambit and F1B. There's some outliers here, so like Block Beater. They are like really high on private order flow percentage, but they don't really land blocks all the time. I think they were busted like a few days ago on Twitter. Like there was a searcher builder charts showing that there is also a searcher address that's like sending flow mostly or like disproportionately towards block beater. So I think the psyops is that they're also having a lot of like private searching flow. So yeah, like it's proven in data, right? It's like private order flow is the king to block bidding, and this trend is so some concluding summary here is like, block building, order flow, more order flow is definitely going to be helpful for block building. But then differentiating further is like order flow has private versus like public, right? If the order flow is shared to many, then it's probably less value for the builder. If it's more private, it's probably more value for the builder to keep. And if there's further differentiating between private order flow, if it's like say if it's just like private RPC product receiving users value transfer transaction, it's not really gonna bring a lot of like MEV. So like differentiating further, there's also searching flow, and searching flow can also be categorized further to be like atomic searching flow or non-atomic C5D by ARP flow. So everything goes down, and I think the value towards block bidding is higher in that line. Shout out to Mempool Dumpster data, and it's also on Twitter, so anyone can write SQL, can analyze those stuff and join with DEX trading tables. So yeah, So that's my last slide, and thanks for listening. Some meme, any questions?
All right, thanks, Danny, for the great. Well, I want to open up the floor for any questions you guys may have about this great data sets that she has presented. Any questions? Anyone that please raise hand. Hello, Stefan. Oh.
If you could have access to any data they don't currently have to do analysis for
Yes, I want to know the margin of C5 DeFi flow. I know there was a report from Frontier about kind of measuring the C5 DeFi ARB profit percentage, and the number was like 37% to 77%. It's like really wide. So I want to know like if we're able to measure that better, and so to account also block builders' profit better, and so to also know like potentially to model it everything.
Any other? Oh.
Yeah, hi. My question is about MEV share protocol. So there are some key transactions in blockchain, such as changing transmit, and these transactions are connected with MEV events, MEV bundles. So my question is, why changing and other players like them don't sense transmit MEV share protocol?
Yeah, we actually had a very interesting conversation today at lunch about some projects potentially to build a order flow auction or like auctioning off these kind of like price updates events through MEV share. And so basically they're able to say post this event as a MEV share transaction or user transaction inside of MEV share, and any user or like searcher who want to background that, they can submit a bundle, and then basically that money or refunds can potentially go back to say Aave or any like lending protocol, and so to gain some revenue. I think it's a great idea. I don't think our team have talked to any of them particularly, but
No, we have people are building it. I think why Chainlink doesn't do it. One reason I would imagine is that it kind of changes the incentive structure. Sorry, I think so. Yeah, projects are working on it, on like developing this kind of thing. Why Chainlink specifically doesn't do it, I think, would be that they now have additional incentives. Like one incentive they have right now is like give good price updates because that's their business model. If they're also being paid in MEV for the updates they give, then now they have a different incentive to maybe give price feeds that like liquidate some positions, because that is much more profitable to them. So yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
thank you.
Any other questions? By the way, that was very interesting.
Go back to the slide about private order flow for a second. Yeah, the other one. Sorry.
For which one?
Right.
Which one particularly?
The bubbles with.
Sorry, Ken.
Sorry, the bubbles attributing.
bubbles?
Yeah.
This one?
No, sorry.
Oh, just the builder one.
Yeah. Did you manage to segment that flow by whether it was coming from a single transaction, like i.e. a user versus an internal trade or anything like that?
Yeah, that's definitely the direction we want to go further to. I'm working on this like with some research fellow right there to further categorize the flow. Yeah, that's definitely I think, yeah. And also to add like the payload.e website that they just showed earlier, they also have a view that's really interesting to categorize all the transactions by a label, say if it's an MEV transaction, if it's a value transfer, it's a DEX swap. And you can clearly see like most of the MEV or MEV leaking value transaction are taking top of block position there, and yeah.
Have you got a feel for how much that's going to bring asking the big build down towards, let's say, Titan and Flashbot?
What do you mean by bring them down? What will bring them down?
Well, as in like half of their order flow is their own order flow, so
yeah. So that's the next thing I'm gonna try to do. Yeah, that's a good call.
Actually, just quick questions from my side. So, I think you have briefly mentioned that
there is some data suggesting that some Telegram bots are submitting the order flow to both the Flashbots and also the MEV blocker, right?
Yeah.
Is there any strict advantage for them to do both, besides the fact that you have the privacy compromises?
Yeah, I think the primary consideration for them is they want faster inclusion, then they should send to more. But if they want optimal output, then they should send to like one particular with, because otherwise, the one that's including faster may because they didn't have a background found out valid. But then the other one may have a valid background, will not land because it will say non's too low. Like user transaction is already on chain.
So in some way they are sort of like optimizing for the bidder pool so that to get the most highest bidder possible for the background.
I think the outcome right now is they're being included faster, but I don't know if that's their intention. Maybe they just didn't understand the multiplexing.
All right, I think that's it for Danny, but a round of applause for Danny. So I just wanted to quickly intro them. So today's panel is going to be moderated by the Lord of the Orderflow, Quintus. What a And then we'll have speakers Barbie, Julian, and Thomas, and Tony. All right, give a round of applause. I'll let them take over from here.
I'm rocking. Is it on? Yeah, second. Okay, welcome everyone. So the panel is about Orderflow and Orderflow auctions. But maybe to warm it up, and the idea is to get all the questions from the audience, so please just raise your hand. I also have a couple of spicy questions, but I'll give preference to questions from the audience. And maybe just do a round of introductions. I'm not going to ask what people do. You can give a brief little research. It's kind of the bottom line here. But I have some questions, like an opening question for you guys, and Barnaby, I'll save maybe a different question for you. But just to set some context, Ethereum, when it launched, had a very specific model for how transactions would get on chain. We assumed that users would submit the transactions to the mempool, and these would be picked up quite organically by miners at the time. And so the interaction was mostly between users and just peer-to-peer gossip led. And clearly that is shaped. It turned out very different, and there's been a lot of changes over time. And it's, in these discussions, we're not always sure really what we should even aim for and what the goals should be. And so maybe starting from you, Tony, and moving this way, I'm curious if you guys give a very brief introduction of who you are, and maybe tell us what you think the goal should be. What is the ideal case for the Orderflow landscape of Ethereum?
Yeah, great question. So just to introduce myself very quickly, I'm Tony. I work at the Applied Research Group at the Ethereum Foundation. And I've been mainly concerned with a lot of data stuff, so I've been building a lot of .pix website, maybe some of you might know them. And to answer the question, so I think private Orderflow has definitely a lot of very strong centralizing forces, especially when it comes to the builders. So builders receiving private Orderflow will have an edge on other builders. And then in turn, of course, if these builders then are censoring, then we have the worst of both. So we have centralization and censorship, which is something we have to really pay attention to.
Hi, I'm Thomas. I'm a researcher at RIG, so Robust Incentive Group at the Ethereum Foundation. It's about the order flow. I think it's like other things, for example, latency. It's always something we have to fight against a bit, because if we let the market decide, it's probably going to converge towards centralization somehow. So I've been thinking about this a bit lately, but it's basically, for me, it's about designing mechanisms that are fighting against all the ways that could actually lead to centralization.
Just to maybe elaborate on that, when you talk about a centralized order flow supply chain, and maybe think a little bit down the line, if we have censorship, inclusion lists and these kind of things, what is a decentralized order flow sufficiently decentralized order flow landscape look like?
Yeah, it's a broad question, but I guess it would be like a landscape where it's very hard to either like pinpoint one entity, I guess, shut it down and have it like have an impact all the way up to the network and the protocol. That would be like one answer. But it's very broad. Like you can't like really put a number on this. I think like up to a few months ago, even the actual landscape was quite okay. Like we had many relays and like everything seemed quite good. But then as soon as some of the entities start to like censor and turn to like the whole landscape has centralized a bit more, and then now we have to implement mechanisms to fight this.
Hi, I'm Julian. I'm also a researcher at the Robust Incentives Group, so just like Thomas. I'm mainly interested in microstructure and mechanism design, so interested in like AMM stuff. My view on private order flow is, well, if we go to what you were saying about, we assume that people submit their orders to the public mempool. I think there's something to be said for not doing that, because as a user, you give up like all of your market power, and you basically like hand the monopoly to a proposer. So I think like if you can make efficient mechanisms that capture value, you can like restore the user monopoly in some sense. So that's like my hope, but like how to do that is obviously very difficult.
Yeah, and maybe just to elaborate on that a bit further. Right now, it seems like these non-mempool mechanisms for capturing value, for giving users better execution, end up being centralized. And I'm curious, maybe thinking in the longer term, if this trade-off continues to exist where the more like centralized route does get users better execution, like what can be done about that? Is that something that's like acceptable to some degree? Is it okay if you can get bad execution but always end up on chain, or should Ethereum aim to give everyone like really good execution and do it the decentralized way?
Yeah, so I think like defining what's really good execution is not that simple, because we're saying like really good execution is getting like the most out of your trade in pure dollar terms. But we see now that people could probably, certainly trade cheaper on like decentralized exchange. So maybe that's not like capturing the full utility of users. So apparently there's some utility to trading on chain that we're not capturing by using pure dollar terms. So like we would have to like map the utility of users, and then with respect to centralization, like this is definitely very difficult. Maybe there are different approaches you can take there, and different like centralization degrees are acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Barnaby, you're an OG. You've been around for a while, for much longer than me at least. And so I'm curious, in your time involved in the Ethereum ecosystem, and maybe from just spoken to people from before, if you can maybe explain some of the shift in mindset and how people have thought about sort of the role of Ethereum with regard to like the order flow landscape basically, and there seems to be somewhat of a trend where execution in some sense is moving off chain and settlement is happening on chain, to like use the traditional finance terms. So just generally like the arc of mental model, I guess there.
Yeah, that's a good question. To me, the goal of Ethereum has always been maximum user welfare or maximum user utility. So the means, I would say we're fairly agnostic about. Decentralization is a means to get to that. Like the thesis is that decentralized systems are better at guaranteeing maximum user welfare. That's why we built these systems in the first place. But from my perspective as like I'm not an OG, I arrived 3 years ago, so it's not like that long, but I arrived at the time that the Flashbots kids were starting to wreak havoc on the network. And so I think I didn't have in mind that local block building is particularly like sanctified or the only orthodox way to build your block. I think a lot of assumptions that didn't necessarily have them on top of my mind. So I saw these changes happen, and we've done some fairly, I would call them interventionist policies, like EIP 1.59 is a fairly opinionated change to how the fee market works for Ethereum. So I think I've grown comfortable throughout my tenure to observe these changes and try to evaluate them always against the same benchmark, which is, are the users getting more bang for their buck when they use our systems?
Yeah, thank you. I just got a new question. So before I go off in my interrogation, are there any questions from the audience? Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yuki, can you pass the mic?
I'm curious, with EIP 4844 and proto length sharding, do you believe the whole MEV landscape will change in terms of competition for blob space, or with the higher speeds there be no changes, and will there be no MEV, or will there be like markets for blob space and who's competing for that? What's your opinion on that?
Blob space. There's been like actually cool research from someone else in our team who's Davide, and some folks at Off-Chain Labs who looked at what the market looks like post 4844. So for instance, there are reasons to believe that the blobs are a bit too big, but it's a network constraint. And so one thing that can happen that's kind of cool is rollups could do cost sharing over the blobs to kind of get the cost down, because there is an overhead to paying for a blob. So that's one thing. Another thing is, okay, what's MEV in the blob space? That's a bit more tricky to evaluate. I think, the MEV that is in the block space would be first the MEV that's on the rollups. It leaks maybe onto VL1, but I think the goal of 4844 is to have a fairly strong abstraction between the two of separation. So I'm not sure that there's a ton of MEV in the block space, but I'm sure there's hotter takes than that.
Maybe you have? No, I was just gonna say right now, at least like the main MEV we see in interaction with like other entities are with sex, and there's not much like going on in terms of L2 MEV right now. But I mean, we don't know how it's gonna evolve, and I do think like L2 protocols are gonna have to take it very seriously and think deeply about how they want to capture MEV and redistribute it.
Yeah. Yeah. So welcome guys to Istanbul. I'm from Turkey, so it's great to see you all here. I just had, it's not a question, but discussion starter, but I also don't know if it's really fitting the order flow topic. Is that like most of you guys were involved in this latest inclusion list or censorship resistance articles on ETH Research. And yeah, I just want to hear like what you think about it, because like Thomas recently published the simulation results with all these different contexts, and it's really hard to say like what is the way to go with that, like forward inclusion list, or how do you even like draw a cost function to like creating an inclusion list and so on. So yeah, but Quintus can cut it up anyway at any point, because it's not really order flow.
No, I think that's pretty relevant. Maybe just to make the connection to why it's relevant before you guys give the answer. When asking why order flow is important to Ethereum or what the goals are, many of the answers were about like builder centralization. And one of the big reasons people talk about builder centralization is because people are worried that if one entity is building all of Ethereum's blocks, they can censor many things. So I think there's definitely a connection there, and I'm curious if you guys thought to the answer.
Yeah. So. I mean, when writing the post, I built on Tony's work, also Barnaby's work published on this and on all the games that can be played. Tony proposed like a design in which like you can actually set a block deadline, so the transactions that are in the inclusion list stay longer there until they are included or until the block deadline expires. But yeah, I mean the obvious point when I wrote it was more like the design space is actually bigger than I thought. There are tons of games that can be played around it. An inclusion list is a way for proposers to include transactions that the next proposer will have to include in its block as a condition for the whole block to be valid. So it imposes proposers to include a set of transactions that they wouldn't necessarily want to in the first place. but yeah, once you say this, like the possibilities are basically endless. You have a lot of designs. I think like the overall idea is really good, but you have trade-off between, for example, I was saying like if you make a very big inclusion list, but like no transactions are actually like susceptible to be censored, then you are losing a lot of, also like you're entraining something in the protocol that's not very useful. But on the other hand, if like there are like a ton of censored transactions that are there, and you don't have a mechanism for it, then it's a big issue too. So yeah, it's a tricky question.
Yeah, maybe to add on that. So basically, what we achieved with MEV Boost, right, was we gave proposers this deniability, so they can only see the header, what they get from the relay. They sign it off, and then the builder puts it on the chain, or the relay puts it on chain, doesn't matter. But the cool thing is the proposer can always be like, okay, I have not seen the content of the block, so I don't know if there is any OFAC sanctioned transaction in there or not. And inclusion lists, the goal is more or less like to give the same properties to the builder. So the builder should be like, there's an inclusion list, it handcuffs me, I cannot do anything else than now including this Tornado Cash transaction. So the builder could then always argue, I'm actually OFAC compliant, but the consensus protocol forces me to now include this transaction because the proposer before me put it into the inclusion list. So this is kind of the goal. I guess a big problem is, do big validators, will they touch inclusion lists? I think that's a really essential point there. Because in the end, if I'm a solo staker and I propose a block 2 times a year or something, then I have 2 inclusion lists, right? So I can force Lido, I can force rsync, Beaver build, Flashbots, and the last censoring builder that is quite big is Builder 69. Thank you very much. So I can force them to include my transactions. So, but I will not have a very big impact, right? And I think inclusion lists, if everyone would use them, and we would put all the OFAC sanctions transaction into the inclusion list, then we provide builders a little bit more of this deniability, so they could be like, okay, I'm OFAC compliant, I still included it, and everything is fine.
Yeah, one last super small point on this is like, also it's a bit tricky because when you design incentives against entities that might just not care about the incentives and not touch it anyways because they are really scared of the regulation, it makes it even harder because let's say you design an incentive compatible mechanism, but people are just like, I'm just not going to use it because even if it's incentive compatible, I don't want to be sanctioned.
Yeah, so I'd just like to expand on that question, and I'll give it back to the audience. So, you know, inclusion list is one thing that we can do. We can change the protocol, but you know, there's been discussion about more like wide-ranging changes or more like in-depth changes, like the Pepsi discussion, these kinds of things. I'm curious how you guys think about where the protocol ends. Yeah, this is a big question. Where does the protocol end? You know, after what point should like Ethereum researchers not like worry about it, and that ends up just being like the purview of like whatever the wallet, and they have to think about it. And what is at that end? What can the Ethereum, how far can the Ethereum protocol go in actually influencing things?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I don't have a short answer to it, but I can say that to me, it ends where the community kind of decides it ends. So there is this game of cat and mouse between what happens outside Ethereum and what happens inside, which is what the protocol can see and what is legible to it. I have a post on that. But yeah, I think we find ourselves often in a position where, okay, something bad is happening and we want to prevent it. We have options, which is enshrine these mechanisms. Enshrining is not a free lunch. Like, you do it because you believe that your protocol can make the credible claim that, yeah, I'm defending against a set of outcomes that I don't want to see happening. To bring it back to like more pragmatic things, I have this proposal that's called Pepsi, Protocol and Proposal Commitments. And the idea there was to say, the protocol should just allow any kind of commitment, any kind of claim that proposers will be able to write in some sort of EVM language, for instance, to be taken as the letter of the protocol. So defending any kind of commitment that people would spontaneously make. And this was a way of future-proofing the protocol further to say, well, if there are claims that we protocol designers can't really think through properly because we have limited computation power, maybe the proposals as a whole or the system can self-organize around making these claims credible instead. And so, yeah, it does tie into censorship. The main idea was that the PBS auction is like this massive object, like you sell a very valuable thing every 12 seconds, which is the block. And I felt like having just this one big sale every 12 seconds was a bit dodgy, like it does, let's say, induce a lot of centralization forces. And so Pepsi was a way of unbundling that auction a bit further and maybe try to give a bit more competitivity at every level of block production, including inclusion or not of sensor transactions.
Could you relate that on to the order flow?
Okay, so yeah, one thing we have been looking at is called Pepsi Boost, and it's the idea that instead of the proposers making commitments, we need protocol changes to do that. But we could try to emulate that idea by having the relays be the place where these commitments are made and sort of upheld. So one of them is, we know the top of block is very valuable. This is known by everyone. And we thought, what if we just separate the auction between the top of block and the rest of block? It's also something that's commonly been discussed. Skip on Cosmos has ideas around this. SMG has written a paper around this. So these ideas are definitely kind of in the air, but we've tried to relate that to this idea of commitments more generally and provide this design of a relay. So we've done some research on that. And how it relates to Orderflow is that now as a builder or as a searcher, you would have essentially two endpoints that you can talk to. And these endpoints would be built, let's say, in separation. There's a lot of builders in the room, so I think when you hear me saying that, it probably sounds like super naive, like I'm in my ivory tower and I have no idea about the realities of block building. There's so many complications. I think we're really just like scratching the surface of what's possible with that and what are the impossibility results even. But it does feel like a promising direction to maybe try to limit at least the centralizing pressures that Orderflow imposes on us, the protocol.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions in the front, I think, first from one.
So it's kind of related to PPC, single slot finality. I know if you've heard about Eigenlayer, but in a way, it's basically going to become possible to front run most of the change that have to be done in protocol. So if I'm a builder, I could propose a service which would allow for single slot finality, which maybe, I don't know, speculate. If I have single slot finality, I can provide better services, more value in the block. How does that change the way you do research, right? Because in a way, it's like you're putting in a sidecar everything that happened in the Ethereum Foundation, etc. And you can just be the mad scientist that push stuff in prod, iterate faster, and you don't really care, you know. But the overall, the more holistic view.
I think it's right there.
Yeah, I'll give a quick answer, but
yeah, I just wanted to say I've not yet really thought deep about the topic about combining an Eigenlayer and restaking with building. So I'm not sure if I'm the right one to answer that one.
Okay. So yeah, I mean I can. So actually, Pepsi came from me looking at Eigenlayer in the first place. So yeah, I feel like I try to understand these risks and opportunities of Eigenlayer as well. As a protocol designer, I would say to me it's pretty exciting actually, Eigenlayer as an idea, and especially the idea that there are protocol changes we can test before they actually hit the protocol. But as I was saying before, I don't think there's any pre-launch with any kind of change that we make. In the case of Eigenlayer, the kind of cost that we pay is that if something goes wrong with that single finality, we don't really have control over the set of agents that are involved. We do have control because they are validators who restake, but that control is a little looser and maybe blurry around the edges when there's too much leverage in the system and they overcommit to different things. So yeah, I would say an opportunity, a risk. I'll talk about it a little bit at economics tomorrow. So if you guys are around, you should go by. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah. I had a question about inclusion lists, if I can piggyback to that. So, I mean, inclusion lists should basically solve a legal problem, right? And you say, I'm a builder, like I am a proposer, whatever, I see these things, I have to include them, and I'm fucked, and I have to, sorry. But, I mean, legally, you could argue that you are kind of shifting the responsibility to whoever fills the inclusion list. So in theory, you can say, okay, I saw this transaction, I don't want to include it, I'll shuffle it to whoever comes next. But then in a way, you are including it, like not directly, but you're telling someone else you have to. So the problem is, I mean, this is up to interpretation. Obviously, you'll have to trust that, you know, some old fart in a court is smart enough to understand what's going on and interprets this in the right way. So probably for 20 years, we're safe. But at some point, it may be that I say, no, if you really want to be OFAC compliant, then you cannot even shuffle this stuff to, you know, and to the inclusion list whatsoever. And at that point, if I'm really paranoid and I don't want to end up in a shit situation 20 years from now or whatever, I won't touch it anyway. So how do we solve that?
Right. So I'll pass it to Tony as well. But I think one of the tricks is you can make many inclusion lists as the proposer, as the bidder that bids it for the next one. So you do have plausible deniability because you could build many of them. So I think that's like
just add a for all in front of every list, everything is illegal.
You know, what? Sorry.
You can make many, but you're still like giving commitment to other people. So
yeah. No, I don't think it solves everything, but I was just saying that's an added feature that you can actually make.
Yeah, and just to add, I would totally agree with you. So I'm the same opinion. I also think that in front of court, right? We don't know what's happening, right? But it feels like, as you said, right? If you put a Tornado Cash transaction onto your inclusion list for the next one, and the next one is then OFAC knocks on the door of the next one, and he's like, yeah, but this guy forced me actually, and then we don't know what's happening.
We also have legal presence. If I tell him please kill that guy and he does, I go to jail as well.
Right. Right. It's a very good point and it's very valid. And I mean there is already a lot of discussions going on that on MEV Research, and I think it's a very good point that people have to think about, especially the researchers now trying to implement inclusion lists, because as you say, it's not that easy, right?
I'd like to point out something. We've got like a bunch of like game theorists, people with like more theoretical background here, as well as some more pragmatic researchers. And what's interesting is that a lot of the discussion we've been having so far hasn't been about what the equilibrium is in some sort of like a rational game, but rather about like legal considerations and about like the sort of more complex preferences of a handful of actors that control like the majority of the stake, the majority of the building. I'm curious, you know, what you guys think about this in general and what tools we have to really like reason about this environment. Like there's sort of this like weird meme theme going out now about like the deep state of blockchain, of Ethereum. And like, you know, if we're not in this super permissionless environment where you have like thousands of actors, everyone's acting super rationally, it becomes much harder to reason about, maybe, or at least the way you reason about it's very different. Quite an open question, but if Julian looks ready.
Sure. So, are you talking about the equilibrium of how inclusion lists will end up? Or?
Everything about Ethereum, I guess, like all the kind of research you end up doing, I guess it's an order flow based discussion. So inclusion list is one thing, Pepsi is another, Eigenlayer is another. Like the Eigenlayer question, I think, really highlights it. Like it's not like people will choose the mechanism that necessarily, like in some like rational equilibrium, produces the best properties. It'll also be like what vibes in meme space work well. What are the Coinbase lawyers like? You know?
Right. Yeah. So I guess if I can like take this on the right, let's say, and go from a theory perspective, I think one interesting thing is like order flow routing. So let's say that you're just looking at swaps trading on the DEX. Then we can see that either you could like look at all of the DEXs beforehand and route very efficiently, make sure that you have like as little price impact as possible, and make sure that like all exchanges are on the equilibrium price after the fact. Or you could just like let the transaction happen, do some backrun, make sure that all of the transactions are like all of the DEXs are on the same price after the fact, and then rebate. And this should be like you should get to the like, relatively same result for the user, except there's probably like a bit more cost for the backrunning because you're doing one more transaction. The interesting thing here is this is probably better for a DEX. So let's say that there's some DEX who ensures that after each transaction, if there's a backrun, then it will attract like lots of users in the current situation. More users means more liquidity, so like it gets all of these network effects, it gets lots of users, lots of liquidity, so this will be stuck in there. But it might be more efficient if there's like some other optimal routing thing, but maybe this like optimal routing equilibrium versus the backrunning equilibrium won't happen because of all of these network effects. So maybe this is like one example of how order flow could like end up in probably a stable equilibrium that's suboptimal. And then with inclusion lists, I think Barnaby talked about that probably better. I think Barnaby's recent post about fun and games and inclusion lists, that portrays like a feature where you could subsidize transactions. So let's say that transactions don't pay the base fee, you can subsidize them to include them if they pay you some MEV. I think this will be very interesting to see if these markets actually pop up, and then we will probably also have to look at how our transaction fee mechanisms work. That's very different.
Cool, thanks.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think right now when you're talking about like censorship, inclusion list, for inclusion and whatnot, like a lot of it is like in protocol feature. But I was also thinking that could there be a scenario where, let's say, regardless of what inclusion list actually entails legally, perhaps that we may see one builder starting to be like, all right, I got fucked by the court because I did something as a block builder, that all the other block builder will be like, all right, this is bad. Maybe I should start, figuring out how I can reduce my risk, like regulatory risk. As such, could there be a scenario where they actually flock over to out protocol implementations of some form of builders that actually better mitigates those regulatory risk for whoever that is operating it, if that makes sense? Essentially, if there's out protocol solutions for that, for a lot of those issues.
Yeah, I have hard times to think about out protocol solutions in this case, because in the end, what counts is what lands on chain, right? So, in the end, if someone used a mixer and, for example, Tornado Cash, and it gets on chain, no matter what happens before that, someone put it on chain, someone executed the transaction. So I think that's really, really hard to do. I mean, we have censoring relays, right? This is probably the counterpart to that, where you, as a validator, if you want to make sure to get censored blocks, you can use a censoring relay. Vice versa, this doesn't hold true, because if you want to make sure as a validator you're non-censoring and you're connecting to all the relays, then still 80% of the blocks are censored because the builders are so censored. So what we could do is we could say, okay, if I want to claim I'm a non-censoring relay, then I'm only allowed to accept blocks by non-censoring builders, right? And it's very easy to determine who is a non-censoring builder. The problem, of course, is many relays would lose a lot of that market share, so I totally get why they are not happy to do so. And also maybe to add also to your question before, it's not like 90% of the validators are in the US, right? So we would still have many inclusion lists filled with OFAC sanctioned transactions. What this would mean then, certain builders that don't want to include OFAC transactions, they cannot compete for that slot. So they would be in a position where they're like, okay, the consensus now forces me to build a block with their transactions, but I can't do that, so I will just stop building for that slot, which would in turn mean it gets very So it's not very profitable anymore. At some point, if we have, let's say it's only 30% of the validators that are not in the US, then we could have 30% of the slots with inclusion lists containing OPEC sanctions transactions. This would then mean the big builders, except Titan, they could not compete for these blocks anymore, which would drastically reduce their profitability and in the long term drive them out of the ecosystem. If that makes sense.
Another point on this, I guess, is also maybe like an obvious point, but like right now we are thinking about sensor transactions are as opaque, maybe tornado cache and everything, but like I think inclusion lists also include like other use cases that we haven't seen yet, that are not necessarily tied to any legal or regulation type of stuff. That might be tied to competition. I don't know, like you want to censor some transactions, so like the so I think it's also useful maybe in a broader perspective. And about your question originally, I think like using every tool we have is pretty useful, like the game theory, as well as like the legal and practical stuff. I think everyone is trying to like bring all these elements together, but at the end of the day, when you design a protocol mechanism, I feel like for example, the game theory itself is going to be limited because the mechanism is super complex, so you have to like add other approaches to this. You can't just like, and when you get like an impossibility result, for example, you are already like extremely happy because just like formalizing a super like theoretical theory or game theory is usually not capturing what's actually going on at the mechanism level.
I know there's a question in the audience. I just want to extend this. There's been a lot of discussion about censorship, and I don't necessarily agree with this, but I'll make an argument, which is like 1559 was a mistake, because if you like most of the censorship resistance guarantees. Okay, so there's two kinds of censorship resistance. There's this kind that says, okay, we assume that some fraction of the validators or proposers or whatever are honest, and these guys will have inclusion lists or they'll vanilla build, and then eventually anyone who's being censored by the bad guys will be included. But there's this other notion which is much more focused on a much shorter time horizon, and in particular is very relevant for like a lot of things built on Ethereum, like DeFi. You know, someone wants to post margin so they don't get liquidated, these kind of things. Or an Oracle wants to update prices. And so I guess the argument would be in 1559 for these short-term cases removes a lot of the momentum that takes transactions on chain, because the average user pays often a very large amount that's supposed to incentivize their inclusion. Before 1559 incentivized inclusion, and now for a block builder it could be like a couple of cents. And so there's the economic incentive to include this transaction is very low from those actors that control inclusion. I guess you could make some other arguments as well, but let's make that one the primary.
Yeah, I can answer that. Right, so I actually had a longer form answer about this on the Cosmos forum, where they're considering 1559, and one of the arguments that was raised against it is this idea that 1559 destroys censorship resistance, or at least makes it lower. It's definitely true, yeah. The block producer doesn't get as much fees because the fee is taken away from them. Either it's burnt or put in a pool, depending on the design. So yeah, there is less incentive for me to include your transaction when I don't get the full fee for it. My counter argument to this is 1559 is not necessarily pricing my economic value for the transaction. The idea of 1559 is to price the provision of network resources by the protocol. So we want to price congestion, essentially. So whether your transaction is like a super important swap or liquidation, or you're registering an ENS for your grandma, it doesn't really make a difference to 1559. It's not trying to price the value to you, the user, for this transaction. The second thing is we aim for low fees on the network. And if we do achieve low fees, it means that every transaction is censorable by definition, because if I'm going to be paying 5 cents for my transaction, Windows can come in and tell the block producer, I'll pay you 6 cents to not put down a base transaction into your block. So with or without 1559 in a low fee environment, the censorship resistance is anyway pretty low from the fee market. Another argument is if Quintus comes in and says, I'll pay 6 cents, is Blocknative is ready to pay 5 cents to you. And if the transaction that I want to send is actually valuable for $1,000, because let's say it's a liquidation and I can get a lot of MEV from it, I want to come back to the block producer and say, oh, I'll give you 7 cents. And it will keep going until either Quintus doesn't want to censor me anymore, or until I reach my willingness to pay. In either case, it's terrible. Like, we don't want to be the system where the user is extorted for the whole welfare that they expect to get from processing their transaction. As I said in the beginning, why we're here in the first place is maximize user welfare. And if a user is constantly extorted for their full value whenever they want to do something on chain, it's just a failure of the system as a whole. So to me, the fee market is not the place to kind of get these censorship resistance properties. There have been other proposals. So this idea of competing block proposals, in a way we already have competing block proposals, but not over the same slot. We have them in time. So if I'm not included because Quintus doesn't like me and Julian is the next block proposer, maybe I can be included by Julian. And so Quintus has kind of a pressure to say, well, if I'm not including him, Julian will include it and get the fees. So we have this competition. There's other mechanisms that look at competition of multiple proposals within the same slot. There are mechanisms such as consensus over mempool contents that can also be helpful, where you actually force the block proposer to include stuff that's sitting in the mempool. It makes a lot of assumption on the absence of private order flow. It also looks like a much stronger version of inclusion list. So yeah, long story short, I think 1559 is not bad for censorship resistance. It's not there for that in the first place anyways. Yeah.
I remember the other argument I was going to make was, which we don't have to get into, there's another question in the audience, but is that, with a lot of these order flow auctions, we see that users like pay $60 to have the transaction included and then get refunded 100, which is like, well, they get refunded 60. And so they had to have the $60 in their account, you're paying gas fees, it's a kind of an awkward design. So that would be another counter argument, but I think your response was pretty good, so thank you.
Okay, yeah. I was just actually going to come back to Thomas' point about the multi-purposeness of the inclusion list, because like we're thinking about censorship and so on, but if you don't limit it to say a certain set of transactions interacting with certain set of contracts, then again you can say you can use this inclusion list to kind of always deny including some certain transactions, because you can always say, okay, I included in my inclusion list these 10 transactions which fill the space, and they are apparently not touching any of not touching any of the say Tornado Cash contracts. So I did my duty, and then you can't really tell me I'm censoring, but in fact I was actually censoring because I on purpose selected those 10 transactions. So I think the point is that when you start enshrining something into the protocol, like say inclusion list, and the rules that you defined around it can always be kind of circumventable, and I guess it's really then hard to say determine, you can determine if someone is censoring or not, but any new feature that you bring to the protocol, I don't think there will be a single answer which will just give us free out of censorship or anything, but it will just create more games, which will then create more things to enshrine into the protocol.
Yeah, I mean, your question was very specific and then very broad. It's how, inclusion lists and how to design it around, I agree that, for example, we are it does feel like the inclusion list designs that have been out there are based on the current situation, which is offline transactions and the cache interactions and everything. Maybe if the landscape was completely different and the transactions that were censored were also completely different, the designs that would have come out would look different too. And then about the complexity in the games growing and the protocol always has to respond to it. It comes to different ideas about codification and when do you stop, and that's such a broad question. I feel everyone has his own opinion on this. Do we keep going, and if yes, until when? But it's very interesting to think about for sure.
Cool. Thanks for the question. So I'd like to. Eugene, can I call on you for a question, or do you?
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a question I want to ask, but actually I just think Eugene can ask it better. So earlier I mentioned that what seems to be happening in Ethereum is a lot of execution happens off chain, and then like it's like settlement on chain, or like that seems to be a trend which might continue. And Eugene is involved in this Solana ecosystem, and where a lot of the execution still kind of happens on chain. And it's something you've thought about quite a bit, and I've heard you be opinionated about that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, and maybe provide like a counter perspective to the Ethereum.
Sure. Sorry, I wasn't here for the whole thing, so I might be missing some of the context. But happy to ask the question as the token Solana guy in the room. So we've seen this trend in Ethereum DeFi where more and more execution is moving off chain, ostensibly to provide better execution to the end users. I think one example of this is with Uniswap X, sort of enshrining this off-chain RFQ system that is permissioned. Do you view that as a vector for potential censorship in the future?
So I guess coming back to like what's the goal of Ethereum, it would be like to maximize user welfare. So if we observe that users get more welfare by trading off-chain, either like this should be fine, or we should be designing something that like increases their welfare. Like from a protocol perspective, I think there's less to do per se, but like from an application layer perspective, this seems like an issue that should be like accounted for there. With respect to censorship, I think having like execution of swaps off chain isn't like a huge threat to like censorship of OFAC transactions, if I'm getting like your question correct. And there's definitely like utility from having a separation between execution and settlement in terms of liquidity, for example.
Maybe to just take the devil's advocate position here, I think there is actually an impact on censorship. Maybe not in like sending transfers on chain, but generally we see there's like network effects to liquidity. So if the majority of users are trading in one venue, that ends up being where everyone wants to trade. And depending on what your like goal is for Ethereum, not being able to participate in that venue, or having a very small number of actors being able to determine who are the winners in that venue, who can participate, ends up eroding the critical neutrality and like decentralization of the network.
I have a thought about that is I think that with like discrete time markets, you can do a lot that you can't do with continuous time markets. So there's a literature from Eric Budish on this, and I think it has a lot to do with like discrimination in order flow. So let's say that you're trying to look at like what's an arbitrage transaction, which we call toxic, and what's like non-toxic, so like whatever other transaction. As a centralized exchange, it's difficult to facilitate this arbitrage, because let's say that you determine like there's this amount of arbitrage, it's difficult to make this a credible claim, because you have an incentive to not make like overstays or understays or whatever. As a decentralized exchange, maybe you could do this better. So maybe like order flow discrimination could maybe be done better if you improve your credibility and with discrete time markets. So I think like there are some advantages to trading on chain that you can't have off chain.
So the difference here being that you have some sort of like notion of identity, and you can track people's toxicity better. Is that the point?
I don't even think you need identity. So we see that like arbitrage happens in the first transaction, for example. You can pinpoint to this transaction, have it with it like bidding in some auction, so that gives it credibility, not per se identity. And in centralized exchanges, it's more difficult to do, because it's very difficult to pinpoint the transaction that's arbitrage like before the fact or close after the fact, and not like in a aggregate way.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We have time for one more question. I've got a little bit of spice, but maybe someone from the audience is more.
My question is about again private order flow, but with atomic bundles. I think a few days ago a builder just unbundled a bundle. Then this created the loss for the guy who is sending the atomic bundle.
So how can this be fixed on the level so that like our bundles are on the hands of the builders, right? Like they can just unbundle it and just make us lose money. Like
Yeah.
can this be fixed?
If I was a panelist, I'd just chill suave, but I'm not. So, that's a thousand answer, yeah.
Maybe next time.
I think like not directly towards bundles, just but I think something interesting is here. We here talked about Eigenlayer and like why would you use in protocol solutions if you could use out of protocol solutions. Out of protocol solutions generally work optimistically, so we might require like some collateral and see what happens and slash if something goes wrong. And in protocol solutions maybe easier work pessimistically, so like the block is just not valid if you do something that's not allowed. Even though there you could maybe do some pessimistic solutions out of protocol. So this is like something where pessimistic solutions might be good, because you could observe like a winner's curse with optimistic solutions where if you get slashed, apparently it was worth it for you. With respect to like bundles specifically, guys?
Yeah, I wouldn't really care if a searcher is unbundled by the builder, so I would care as of the relay, because it's like we saw this unbundling attack, right, which shouldn't have happened, and a builder lost a lot of money, I think 20 million or something, and I think this is really an attack, right? But there's so much trust involved already between searchers and builders, and if you don't trust the builder, you shouldn't just not send a transaction to them. For the relays, it's different, right? Because the relays are kind of this very necessary, and there's no way around them at the moment. So if a relay would really unbundle a block, it would definitely be an attack, right? Because it's but of course it's very spicy, and I'm not a searcher, and if my bundle would be unbundled and then extracted, it would be very bad. But I would say it's really it's already depending so much on trust, right? That I don't feel bad for a searcher that trusts a builder and then gets wrecked.
I don't just mean by the searcher, but both searcher and the builder sending the relay. I include that too. Like when that happens, like when builder sends the relay and relay the unbundled.
The relay unbundled?
Yes.
I can't believe that.
Oh, which one?
No, it didn't happen.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, it's also the relationship between the relay and the builder is based on trust, right? So as soon as this would happen the first time, hopefully no builder would ever send to that relay anymore, and hopefully the company behind that relay would lose all the reputation. It would get away with a few $1 million, but it would lose all the reputation and probably never be able to step into the crypto market anymore. So I get unbundling is a big problem, but it's more like we have to make sure that on the proposer side everything is safe, right? That the proposer cannot wreck the searcher, for example, because that would then kind of eliminate all the trust that the builder has in the whole MEV supply chain, in the MEV boost supply chain, more or less.
So I would like to take this opportunity before Yuki tells us all to be quiet to just disagree, because a lot of the discussion today has been around like the threat of having a centralized order flow supply chain or landscape or whatever the term is, and if the sort of interface between different entities in this market, like a searcher and a builder, erodes, then there's an incentive or an advantage to those who are integrated along this interface. And so, if centralization is a bad thing, then this should also be something we don't like. Which brings us to like a very topical comment someone else made. What do you guys think about builders running relays, and especially relays taking on more complicated roles in the ecosystem as opposed to just like validating blocks and passing it on? Because the relays right now are a permissioned set of entities, right?
Well, not really permissioned.
Well, permissioned by each validator, sure. But,
Sure.
Yeah, but it's still permissioned.
Yeah, I think there were already discussions that builders could do that, right? That they could, as soon as, for example, relays would charge some money, let's say relays would charge 10% of every block, right? Much too high now, but this is just an arbitrary number. Then, of course, builders would have an incentive to just say, okay, I will just spin up my own relay. This costs me some money, but I would still make money. So by not paying the 10% minus the operational costs for the relay, I would still be profitable. So I totally get why builders think about that, and I totally get that builders might be prepared for a situation where relays could start taking money for their services. So I think, me personally, I think it could be very dangerous. So I don't want to see the MEV supply chain be more and more vertically integrated. But I have hard times now really thinking about the concrete consequences that this could have.
I guess I was just on that as well. So when like Tony mentioned about like, okay, it's gonna cost some money to spin up like the relay, but there's argument to say that, okay, how much of that cost is really like in terms of like, is it gonna be like $500,000 or is it gonna be, you know, $10,000, right? There's a great difference in terms of how much it costs, and it could tip the scale in terms of whether they're actually gonna do it or not. And getting all those validator registration itself is a heavy BD work that they have to actually do to get to like where Flashbots are, where ultrasounds are. So to that point, like is a pretty significant tangible and intangible cost that is associated with the builder relay. And I think just to the point that you mentioned about this relay unbundling issue, and I mean this is exactly what builder relay could potentially do, which is to unbundle it and still your MEV. So then the question becomes like, are the builder neutral enough to be even trusted to handle your order flow that you're handing over to the relays in this case? Cool. To wrap it up. Yeah. So yeah, well, I mean, sorry that was my last comments, but I have to wrap it up today. Again, thank you so much for this amazing panel that we have. Round of applause.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is our most recent paper that we put out a couple months ago, and this is only the second group to see it presented, so relatively fresh stuff. Basically, going to cover why we think integrated builders exist, and what about the current market structure lends itself to that, and if we have time, maybe get into some ways that we could try to shift the game so that integrated builders wouldn't have a huge advantage in terms of some of the advantages that they have in the current system. So I guess the audience here is pretty familiar with PBS, but I did put a little intro to PBS, which is most validators don't want to build their own block because they're not very good at it. So they sell it in an auction using MEV Boost, which was created by Flashbots. And we have this open English outcry auction that happens every 12 seconds. And this decides basically who builds the next Ethereum block in 95% of cases. Here's a view of the bids on the right. Here is a view of those bids in one particular instance of this auction. As you can see, this block was a particularly volatile block, so the price of ETH moved a lot. And that meant that winning the block gave you the right to capture a large arbitrage. And so, of course, the price of the block was large for that reason, because you're basically bidding on the right to capture arbitrage. So the bidders in this auction are builders. Some of them may be in the room with you now. I'm not sure, but there's certainly been a noticeable trend within those builders and who's winning over the last 13 months since MEV Boost launched, which is that we've seen a trend away from neutral builders who don't run a trading firm and towards integrated builders who not only build but also have a trading firm. And I guess the goal of this paper was to figure out why that's happening. So you can see this is a screenshot from one of our GIFs. Early on, the neutral builders were kind of first of the game, and so they had a lot of market share. But what we've seen happen and continues to happen is that these integrated builders are getting more and more market share. So, I guess we sometimes have a little joke in Telegram chats, like, I wonder why these builders are winning so many blocks. Is it because they're better at solving the knapsack problem? Of course, this is not the case if you're deeply embedded in this, because I think there's little edge to be had in knapsack and a lot of edge to be had in private order flow, and in the way that you structure your blocks and the way that you get private order flow. So we'll see more about that. But the reason that Beaver and rsync are winning is not because they have a bunch of like optimization PhDs that are solving the knapsack problem better. In fact, the evidence suggests that nowadays Titan actually is slightly better at the knapsack. So, but nevertheless, rsync and Beaver are winning anyway, without having an advantage in that area. And so this is going to explore why. So what we wanted to explore was basically sextex arbitrage, which is when the price on chain doesn't match the price off chain, which usually happens when there's a lot of realized volatility prior to the block. How does behavior differ between integrated builders and independent searchers in that case? So the key observation was that if you are integrated, then you have to choose how much you want to give away. Sorry, if you're not integrated, you have to choose how much to give away to the builder who includes you at the time that you submit. Whereas if you're integrated, you can just put the true value of the arbitrage to you in your bundle merge calculation, build the most valuable block according to that, and then go ahead and take profit in the PBS auction. So you're taking profit at a later stage, which is going to give you an advantage. And we're going to model it in the following way. You have a number of integrated builders, NA, a number of independent or non-integrated searchers who are going to be NB. They each have their own densities of the value of the top of block arbitrage. And all of these draws are going to be independent. So there's going to be a single item, which is the top of block, basically. All bidders are going to submit their bids simultaneously. The payment mechanics are what's interesting here. So in order to model that difference between having to put in your bid early and choose how much you want to shade your bid, this is what we call it, by the way, when you're in a first price auction and you have a true value of, say, 100 and you bid 90. The difference there, the $10 difference, is the shade. So the kind of independent searchers are going to have to shade their bid when they submit to the bundle merge. Whereas the integrated searchers can, in theory, they can observe basically the next highest bid and match that. So it's closer to a second price. Now, I'll say right now, because I think this is like not exactly true that it's second price, because there's some latency components here. But still, the fact that they can choose how much to shade later is a big deal. So all models are wrong, some are useful. I think this is a useful model to think about this one particular component of the advantage for integrated builders, which is it's kind of second price for the integrated builder and first price for the independent searcher. So for the guys who are bidding in the second price version, it's going to be weakly dominant for them to just bid their true values. There's some other equilibrium here, but we're going to focus on this one because this is the one that makes sense. And And then for the non-integrated builders, they are going to have to solve a first price problem, and they're going to have to figure out what the optimal shading is. And so this lemma is basically saying the non-integrated searchers have a random hidden reserve price, which is the nth order statistic of the integrated searchers bids. So think of it as like there's a random reserve price, which is the best that Beaver and rsync can do on this particular trade. Okay. So knowing that, they are going to, this is just a proof of the lemma. Knowing that, we can figure out what their strategy is. So their strategy is a mapping from the value to how much they bid. This is basically how much you shade. And of course, the strategy is strictly increasing because the more you value the item, you should bid more. That should be pretty obvious. Here is the result. So the symmetric BNE for this game is that the non-integrated bidders, the independent searchers, bid this expression here. And if you're familiar with the first price auction results, this should look very similar to the first price auction results. Just this part without the kind of Fn sub A terms here, these two terms that I'm highlighting. These two terms are the additional part from having this random hidden reserve price. The other part is just the standard equilibrium in a first price auction. So it's nice that if you have no integrated bidders, it just reduces the first price auction. And then, of course, these terms will just be 1 because n sub A will be 0. And then you will have, you will recover the first price formula, which is exactly what it should look like. So I guess that's a lot of math, but what does it look like in a simple example? Let's say that we use the uniform distribution as the value for the top of block, and there's one integrated guy and one non-integrated guy. Or sorry, in this case, there's just one non-integrated guy, and we're going to solve the general form for uniform. And then later I'll go in with specific numbers for how many non-integrated players and integrated players. So we end up calculating this surplus. And the bottom line is when you are not integrated, it costs you a fraction of your surplus. So the bottom line is if you're not integrated, you have a disadvantage, which of course we started out knowing, but the goal was to quantify what that actually looks like. And here's a term that can give you that, at least in the uniform case. And of course, when you go away from uniform, it's going to be a different number there. So currently, the number of integrated builders is 3, right? So if we just start to plug that in, we notice that the handicap is like 0.42, which is actually a huge handicap. And so the non-integrated guys are really losing a lot in this uniform example, at least. And if you look at kind of dynamics on chain, it does seem like this is happening, right? I mean, we have, in some cases, the leading volume are from the integrated builders bots. So that would suggest that there's a big advantage to integrating. And another thing that would suggest this is Builder, their builder, the builder is not very competitive, but still happens to win blocks just because it's like so advantageous to have this integration that it's worth it to kind of run a suboptimal builder and lose out on some of the value from having a good block just to get this kind of early, just so you don't have to decide how much you want to shade early. So that was one model. This is model number 2, which it was based on Julian's talk at SBC, and we decided to kind of explore it a little more in this setting. Basically, in this model, we have common values. So the price follows some trend. And so the arbitrage is common for everybody. There's 2 bidders. One is faster than the other. And the price evolves according to a GBM process. And the fast bidder is going to bid delta seconds after the slow bidder. So they're going to have more information. So what does that look like? I plotted 2 examples here. The price process rises at the end, and one where the price process falls at the end. And if the first bidder bids naively, he will lose money in expectation because he will be outbid when the price moves favorably, and he will only win when the price moves against him. So this is the classic winner's curse. Basically, when you win, you don't win the auction, so you make 0. And when you lose, you're left holding the bags, basically. So we summarize this in a theorem, which is an extreme unraveling. Basically, the slow bidder will always bid 0 because there's no point in them trying to bid. They're always going to get winner's curse adverse selected, basically. And the fast bidder always wins, which is, of course, not what we want to see, right? So this is not how it actually works in practice because there's multiple fast bidders, right? So, but if there was one like really slow bidder and one fast bidder, I think we would expect to see a huge advantage for the faster bidders. And I don't have it in this presentation because Overleaf doesn't do well with GIFs, but the GIF that we put out that was like the sound visualization, you can kind of hear that the integrated builders are much faster, much closer to the end of the auction than the non-integrated ones. And I think that's kind of very clearly what this is about. So if you want the model not to completely unravel, you can add this candlestick effect, which for those of you who are familiar with the Polkadot parachain auctions, this is basically what they did. You make the end of the auction uncertain, and so people have to bid earlier. This is actually, if you look at the end of this auction, it naturally is a sort of candlestick. There's some validators who call later than others, but more generally, there's just latency effects which determine when the call happens and clock synchronization and stuff. All this stuff kind of contributes to a distribution of possible auction end times. I also think this is really important for those who are thinking about MEV burn, which is that the auction end time is in many ways not fixed, at least right now. So right now, the client is responsible for calling the block, and it calls it kind of at a random time. If you do the analysis with this candlestick, then you can get it to not completely unravel. And so, yeah, so just a couple more points on that, which are the Timing Games paper talks about why it might be strategic to delay your block. And obviously the model was first suggested by Julian in his SBC talk. So what are the takeaways here? Basically, integrated builders have a lot of advantages. One of them is kind of this latency thing that we think of, but even that is not super intuitive because it's highly nonlinear. When you get a small latency advantage, you have a huge advantage due to the adverse selection. So that's, I think a lot of people will say, oh, well, you get to observe, you know, you're slightly faster, well, then you must be slightly better. No, you're slightly faster, you're much, much better because you get to put everybody else in adverse selection. Okay, that's one point. The other point is that there is this kind of complicated bid shading that has to happen. And if you have to shade your bid early, because you have to bid in somebody else's block, then you're at a disadvantage, and maybe a big disadvantage, depending on how efficient the PBS auction is. So those are basically the two takeaways. And if anybody has any questions, happy to take some.
Yeah, thank you very much, Max, for the talk. I guess give it a round of applause. So before I actually take some questions from the floor, and by the way, Max, you can hear me correct?
Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear you.
okay, got this one. So one of the questions I had was, so when you kind of like alluded to the 0.4 something of advantages that integrated builders would have, is there like any way possibly that non-integrated builders could try to counteract with integrated builders with the, let's say, the amount and the quality of private order flows, such that they can basically reduce that whatever 0.4 numbers of disadvantages that you have mentioned in the paper?
Yeah, I think, well, first I'll make the point that if you start entering into contracts with, there's obviously optimal contracts here that you can do that will give you similar performance. At that point, isn't the builder just integrated, right? There's one thing that you can do that would keep you neutral, which is just give more feedback about how the progress of the bundles is within the block. So the builder could submit their block, and whenever they submit a new block as a bid, they could send a little message to all of the searchers that got included, like, hey, you got included. And everybody who submitted stuff that didn't get included could also get a message, you didn't get included, you need to raise your bid. And you could even, if you wanted to, estimate how much they need to raise their bid by. So I think that would be a slight change in favor of the independent searcher, but of course it would not be perfect. And then if you start to enter into contracts that make you look similar to an integrated builder, then I would just classify that as an integrated builder at that point.
And I guess just on the extension of that, so do you think that there's any I guess neutral slash non-integrated builder in your perspective now?
In terms of like
in terms of like the current builder landscape that you see as of right now, do you see that there's any non-integrated builders under that definition?
I don't think that there is like an optimal contract between, from what I know, there's not like a specific contract that would make Titan look like an integrated builder in sex-sex arbitrage right now, which I think is basically what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not aware of anything like that at the moment. Although I do think that they will probably have to do this eventually to stay competitive.
I see. Gotcha. I guess, yeah, wanted to open up the floor. Yeah. Okay, just check if you can hear. Can you say something?
It's open. It's open.
Oh, it's open.
Okay, yeah, just to follow up on Yuki's second question. So it seems that the economic forces you're putting forward in your paper is very strong. It's hard for me to think about any countervailing forces to counter that. Does that mean that we are going to be seeing the demise of PBS? So we're going to just come back to everything, back to grid?
I mean, I think we're already seeing it, right? But I don't know. Would we call that the demise, or just this is the end state that this will settle into, right? It was kind of unreasonable to expect neutral builders to win. If we, hindsight's 2020, obviously, but if we kind of look back at what system is in place, it obviously benefits the integrated builders. And if you went up to somebody on the street and you said, would you like to order the New York Stock Exchange, right? They wouldn't be able to make very much money doing it. A neutral party wouldn't be able to make very much money doing it, but a trading firm like Jane Street would be able to make a lot of money doing it. And so what we're doing here is basically giving priority rights, giving reordering rights, and of course that's going to mean that the trading firms are going to be best positioned to win. So I don't know if I would call it the demise. I think actively we are seeing the consolidation of building power among a few mostly integrated builders, and we'll probably see a push towards even more of that in the coming year.
Thank you. There's one more questions at the back.
So
speak a bit louder.
Yes, my first question is like we know that like shorter block time generally leads to lower MEV in general. So what the implication of your study of integrated computers on block time? Like I know there are guys who are saying we should just shorten block time to reduce MEV, and there are some other people saying probably we should just keep a slightly longer block time to make it less of a latency race. So does your study have any implication on the debate of block time? And that's my first question. And second is, what are the other possible like solutions maybe outside of outside of the MEV, like the current MEV space to help alleviate this advantage of integrated builders and this inevitable win of trading firms.
Yeah, so on the first point, which was, sorry, can you repeat the first point?
Yeah, so I don't know if you can repeat that.
Oh yeah.
Because I think my voice.
Yeah, sure. So basically, his first point was talking about like if the change in the block space could potentially mitigate some of the problems that he had. Oh, sorry, block time. Sorry, block time. Yes, block time can mitigate some of the problems that you have mentioned. That's the first point.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I think shorter block times would probably be better for. I think basically shorter block times means less centralization because you have to carry less risk overall. And so like if you look at the size of the wallets of these big XXR bots that are associated with builders, they're holding a lot of inventory and they carry a lot of inventory for quite a long time. And they have to do that because the block time is so long. So the arbitrage opportunities are so big that they have to do that. Like if you look at the interest rate that A69 wallet probably has to pay, like their opportunity cost on that capital is probably $10 million or something a year because they're pretty good. They get pretty good returns on their capital, right? And they have like 60 million sitting in the wallet. So you have to think about how much interest they could be earning on that. Anyway, this kind of will tend to centralize the system if we have huge arbitrage opportunities that are very long. So I also don't think like the timescale on which this is all playing out right now is starting to become within the last second. So even if we went to 1 second blocks, I think you would see almost no change in the ability of these guys to compete. You might see a little bit more emphasis on relays in the right places. Like you might see more emphasis on a relay in, Asia or something, just which is an underserved region. And you might see a little bit more clustering, but I don't think that long block times are necessarily contributing super, like a large amount to the geographic decentralization. I think you already see some issues with some of the rural nodes not being able to hold the auction for as long as they would like, right? So, and missing slots because of it. So the second point was, what can we do about this? I think my view on the end game is we need to move to a system where the block the block building process happens within the protocol, which is not to say that we should actually solve the knapsack in a distributed computer, but basically we should have some predefined rules for how the block is built, and we should let builders try to kind of compute that optimization problem, but ultimately hold to those rules. And that requires censorship resistance as well, which I think is really important. So there's a lot of aspects there. I don't want to take too much time to get into all the weeds, but I think we need censorship resistance, shorter block times, and then once you have kind of censorship resistance in the short term for the chain, you can move this bundle merge auction onto the chain and enforce it there, which I think is maybe the direction that we'll have to go if we don't want trading firms building our blocks in the future.
Thank you very much. One last question, because we are running out of time. So yeah.
So maybe this is a totally stupid idea, but could we do something like a conditional order by other trading firms that are sent to neutral builders? So where the builder puts in the transaction and the block, conditional gets in the last second the price, and then the price determines how that order will actually be executed and traded. So instead of going to fewer integrated builders, open it up for more trading firms by allowing kind of late conditioning of the parameters of the transaction just before they are executed in the block.
So I guess like the actual price model itself is like an enormously sensitive piece of like intellectual property. And that's what you would need to basically expose to the builder to do this, right? You would need to say to the builder, here is my best guess on what the price is. Here is a strategy. Read from that and perform that guess and do it for me. Well, now you've exposed your price feed to the builder, which is very valuable in a lot of cases, right? And also in some ways at risk, because now that I know, like, for example, if I don't know, Wintermute was exposing their price process to me, I could go look and I could go try to find where they're consistently wrong, and I could try to pick them off on the SEX or on chain as well. So I think that's fundamentally an issue with privacy and sensitivity of that price process. Also not just the Binance mid price is a big part of it, but it's not the whole thing. And so it's a little less simple than just some Oracle for Binance mid, and then you can do everything you want to do.
Yep, thank you very much, Max. That's it for today for Max. And round of applause, Max.
Well, hopefully I won't take up too much of everyone's time, but happy to be here. Thank you, Yuki, Fenbushi, for having me. I think I probably know a bunch of you there, but for those I don't know, I'm Blair Marshall. I'm a product manager at Blocknative. I've been with Blocknative for a few years now and focus on our MEV solutions, private transactions, order flow auctions, all that good stuff. And today wanted to just dive a little bit deeper into some of the observability challenges that we face at Blocknative on showing our users what is happening with private transactions and particularly order flow auctions. Sound good?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's do it. So this is a chart of private transactions since the merge. So I think we're all probably pretty aware that, you know, private transactions have grown quite a bit since the merge. They've gone from less than 5% to 15+% now. And the main culprit of that, I guess you could say, is these order flow auctions. So you can see here the red and the blue. The red is MEV blocker, the blue is MEV share. And a lot of this growth happened when MEV blocker and MEV share came online. So this is back in like the April, May, June timeframe. And what's interesting is we have seen this development of users using both MEV share and MEV blocker at the same time, that green section. And so I'll circle back on this point, but keep that in the back of your mind as we go through this presentation, that users are using both at the same time. So they're sending their transaction to both at the same time. And so with these order flow auctions, it's pretty obvious that they're central entities. We're trusting these entities. When we send our transaction to these order flow auctions, we know that they technically have full responsibility of our transaction. It's a signed transaction. They can do whatever they want with it. And so there's a trust relationship there. And it's easy to talk about that, but what does that actually look like in the real world? Can we observe that trust in the real world or on chain, so to speak? And so this is a pretty basic supply chain of what I like to think of as the OFA supply chain. The transactions are sent to the auction. Auctions share something with searchers. Searchers respond back or don't, depending on the transaction. And then the auction sends the bundles and private transactions to the builder, and it goes through the MEV Boost ecosystem. And the particular points that I want to focus on are these trust relationships that we have. So when you send your transaction to the OFA, you're trusting that auctioneer to handle your transaction correctly. And the searchers, they're also trusting the auctioneer, right? The searchers are responding back with a signed transaction. And so the auctioneer can do whatever they want with that technically. And so there's a trust relationship there. And then the real one that is interesting to me, or at least for this presentation, is this trust relationship between the order flow auction and the block builder, right? So there's some communication happening between the OFA and the block builder. And it's really only the OFA and the block builder that know about this communication. The end users, the people sending the transactions, they have no way to observe what is going on, in this arrow here in the middle between OFAs and block builders. And so, oops, skip a slide. So our focus at Blocknative is to provide as much observability into those trust relationships as possible. And so we started Transaction Boost. It's pretty straightforward. So Transaction Boost is a RPC endpoint that is an aggregator of other private RPC endpoints. And so you can choose to send to all these private RPCs that you see here on the slide, or you can choose some subset of those RPCs. And then we layered on top of that a status API so that you get real-time notifications and updates on your transaction. And so you can have somewhat of the same experience you have when you send it publicly, where you know what's going on. You can have that experience privately. And so it's highly customizable, and we give maximal observability. But this is obviously an ongoing endeavor for us to provide more and more observability. And so we had one particular user recently in the last couple of weeks. They came to us and they said they wanted us to look at their order flow and answer a question for them. And this user, they've been using us for the last 30 days or so, and they've sent us about 5,000 plus transactions. And for whatever reasons they have, they only send to MEVShare. And so I have like a mock RPC down here. So what that would look like for Blocknative. So you can specify the RPC as MEVShare. You can specify some MEVShare hints if you want, and you can specify some subset of builders if you want. And so this is what sort of what their RPC URL would look like for this particular user. And so they're typically sending to the top 5 builders. But what was interesting was they said, hey, you can easily check your refunds using our status API. So they received 60 refunds from MEVShare, but only from 4 of the 5 builders. And so there's this 5th builder out there that produced 0 refunds. And this 5th builder, they won 20% of these 5,000 plus transactions, but never a refund. And so right off the bat, you kind of think to yourself, that doesn't really pass the sniff test. Something seems odd about that. How can they win 1,000 plus blocks, but never have a refund? And so we decided to dig in particularly looking at these 1,000 plus transactions. And shout out to Brock at Flashbots. There's the hindsight library. And so if you don't know what the hindsight library is, it is what it says it is. You can check your transaction and look, with hindsight, whether that transaction generated any MEV. And so we could take our 1,000 transactions that this block builder won with our users' transactions, and we could process them again and check to see if they generated any MEV. And so when we did this, when we looped through those 1,000 transactions, it was bam, 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 one after another. I wouldn't say one after another, but we kept hitting several transactions that clearly generated MEV. And in all, we were able to identify 19 of those transactions that could have received a refund here. And so I emphasize could because, again, we don't have the visibility or the observability into that relationship between the OFA and the block builder. And we don't know if a refund bundle was ever generated. We don't know if that refund bundle was sent to the block builder. We don't know if the block builder received it. We don't know if the block builder processed it in their blocks or not. So we don't have that information. All we can say is, hey, these 19 transactions hypothetically should have or could have received a refund. And when we inspected the blocks of these 19 transactions, it revealed something pretty quickly, that there was a block backrunning bot in these blocks. And I have an example here. So this is the user's transaction. It was somewhere in the middle of the block, position 67. They're doing obviously a whale transaction here, a large swap between ETH and USDC. And then the second to last transaction, so this block backrunning bot is always the second to last transaction in the block. And they were doing the reverse here on this Uniswap v3 pool, and they profited some small amount of ETH on this swap here. So they're clearly backrunning our user's transaction. And I checked all 19 of these manually, and you could clearly see that the block backrunning bot was claiming this MEV opportunity for themselves. And obviously there's no refund produced on these 19 transactions. And in total, it was only 2 ETH. So we're not talking about huge dollars here, not a lot of refunds from a ETH standpoint, but still very interesting that this is happening on MevShare. And so I would say astute observers would think the following point. So if you understand or know MevShare, MevShare is all about their privacy hints. And so a user selects privacy hints, and so they can share the logs, they can share more transaction details for the searcher to search on and potentially backrun it. And you can be completely private, so you'll only get the transaction hash. You literally know nothing about this transaction. However, if you're a block builder, you need the full transaction details in order to build a block. And so is there some information advantage game going on here where the block builder is vertically integrated, and so it gets the full transaction details, but all the other searchers competing for this transaction, they get some subset of those details? And does this kind of break the promises of MevShare and what the user was intending? And so we decided to take a look. This should be viewable, this should be analyzable in the data. And when we looked at this bot's performance, it's a relatively new bot. It's only about 80 days old. And it's done 1,500 plus transactions in these past 80 days. And we were able to identify the target transaction that it was backrunning. And 300 plus of the 1,500 were MevShare transactions. And of those 300 plus, surprisingly to me, 98% shared at least the logs to the searchers. So you can share the logs that this transaction generates, and most people do. But there is some small percentage that chose to share nothing, so they're perfectly private. So this block builder backrunning bot had the full transaction details, even though the user was intending to share nothing. And 13% shared, you can share the to address, call data, and function selector. So the majority chose not to share that. They typically just share the logs. And in total, this is about 16 ETH of profit on these 300 plus transactions or backruns. So it's clear that this there is some information advantage here for the block builder because they're running this vertically integrated backrunning bot. And so when we think about, taking a little bit of a step back, the challenges for the current OFAs, there are, for those who are nerding out on this and are deep in it, there are a number of challenges that these OFAs face, in particular when a user sends their transaction to both MEV share and MEV blocker. And so one of those that has kind of been known for a little while here is if you send your transaction to MEV share and MEV blocker, they can invalidate each other's privacy guarantees. And so how does that happen? So on MEV share, like I said before, the end user chooses the privacy hints, so you can choose as much or as little privacy as you want. But the MEV share will always share the transaction hash. And so these are all real transactions, they're real transaction hashes. And a searcher that's watching MEV share will always get the transaction hash at least. And then on MEV blocker, the way the MEV blocker does privacy or prevents front running is they share a bunch of fake transactions. So if a searcher is subscribed to MEV blocker transactions, they don't know which ones are fake and which ones are real. They'll just get a whole bunch of transactions and they don't know which ones are which. However, if you are a smart searcher and you are watching MEV share and MEV blocker, you can watch MEV share, get the transaction hashes that are always real, and then you can confirm which ones are real on MEV blocker. And then if you are watching MEV blocker, they provide the full transaction details every time. And so you can line up the transaction hash on MEV blocker and look on MEV share where there are privacy hints, there are less transaction details, and you can use the transaction details on MEV blocker to search on MEV share. And so a lot of times these OFAs, they are built in a little bit in isolation, and it's hard to know or forecast how they're going to interact with each other, or how users, when they send to both of them or multiple of them, how that kind of entangles their privacy guarantees. And just of note for Transaction Boost, we actually made the decision to, if a user decides to choose MEV share and MEV blocker, but they share or they choose privacy hints, we will honor the privacy hints and we will not send to MEV blocker to invalidate this this kind of challenge that they have. And then obviously this newer challenge that I am highlighting here, where the block builder is vertically integrated, can or will provide an unfair information advantage to the block builder searcher than to just regular searchers, creating more centralization at the block building level. And so what was interesting with this is that the bot passes all of the value to the block builder. And so then it's up to the block builder to win the MEV Boost auction and then figure out which or how much, or if at all, they want to take any sort of profit on this opportunity. And that's because the MEV Boost auction for a vertically integrated block builder is a second price auction versus, just the bot is a first price auction. They can't see what other bots are doing, but the block builder can see what other builders are bidding in order to win the MEV Boost auction. And so it's much easier to extract value at the builder level than it is at the bot level, so to speak. And so that will inevitably create some centralization pressure at the builder level. And then from the end user's perspective, the challenges are what we discussed earlier, that we don't know for sure of those 19 transactions whether any bundles, refund bundles, were produced at all. So I can send this information to the user. They can decide what to do with this based on what I've told them. But there's no way for me to claim that anything was mishandled at all, because I don't know, and nobody knows except for the OFA or the builder, whether bundles were produced at all and how they were processed between the two. And then the other interesting aspect that we don't know is the timing of these events between OFAs and block builders. So like when did the private transaction get into the block builder? Is there some sort of like pause period where the OFA will pause before sending the private transaction to the block builder to give the other searchers time to search, to have the host an auction? Or is that private transaction sent immediately to the block builder and there's no time advantage for the other searchers? We don't have those timestamps, so we don't know. And again, the bundles, we don't know the timestamps of when or if a bundle was created, or when or if it was received by the block builder, and how that was processed. And so for Blocknative, what's next for observability? We are focused on providing a full platform to help end users and other entities visualize what is going on with their public and private transactions. And so we want to show exactly what's happening with the full transaction lifecycle, whether it's public or private. Obviously there are limitations, as we've discussed, on what we can observe on private transactions, but this analysis, it was very manual, and so we will work towards automating that and providing more of a real-time view of what's happening with your private transaction, instead of having to do this manual exercise. And in fact, like I said before, this bot is 80 days old, so it took 80 days for someone to notice this was happening. And we at Blocknative think we can do a lot better than 80 days. And then we're going to provide more of these observability features into Transaction Boost. And finally, I would just say, if you have witnessed or have questions on areas of observability that you find challenging, we'd love to hear about them. We're building out this platform to help visualize these, so we would love to understand what gaps you're seeing and how we can possibly help. So yeah, that's it from me, Blair from Blocknative, and love to take any questions if you guys have any, and definitely FOMOing that I'm not there with you guys in person.
Thank you very much, Blair. And I hope everyone's brains are not too fried yet, but we have a bit more slots going, so let's keep it rolling. I guess just to hear from the audience if there's any questions on some of the order flow auction stuff that were discussed here, or the observability aspects. Anyone? No? Well, then I guess I do have one question that I want to throw to Blair, which was the so essentially I think banning was earlier in the talk, before you also have kind of touched briefly upon the privacy compromises on this, like sending to two different OFAs for the order flow. And I think one of the questions that I had was, like, what was there any strict sort of advantages to the people who are performing this kind of like double order flow submission type of thing? So kind of wanted to hear from your perspective, after you're looking through all of those data points, that what you think is strictly an advantage of actually doing such kind of like, sending to both OFA and compromising the privacy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the advantage for an end user is these order flow auctions in a way have fractured the searcher market. And so if you're always sending your transaction publicly, then all searchers are participating in this market and they're watching public transactions. But now that we have all these private mempools, not necessarily all searchers are watching all private mempools. And so as a user, I can understand if you want to maximize your rebate potential by sending to multiple OFAs like MEVShare and MEVBlocker. And now I don't know if people realize, but there are a lot of OFAs out there. So there's Calibrio, even sending to BlocksRoute, and they operate their own OFA. There's like Merkle, there's Blink. So these are all essentially just fractured private mempools, and they have different approaches to how you rebate the MEV. And so, this is probably a good area of research, is to see whether it is in fact true that sending to more OFAs gives you a greater percentage or probability of getting a rebate. Intuitively, it feels like that would be true, and I think that's why people do it, but I don't have hard data to say yes or no.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Anything else from the audience? If nothing else, then I guess round of applause to Blair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Have fun.
Hi, I'm Soubhik. I'm from Eigenlayer. I generally do research at Eigenlayer. Thanks for being for attending this talk late at night. So today in this talk, I'll be talking about stake share. This is a proof of stake mechanism with strong crypto economic security. So there are a lot of words there. We'll go one by one through this. What is strong crypto economic security means here. So one of the key questions that has come up in our development of Eigenlayer has been that does over leverages Ethereum or not? It has come up a lot of times. People say it overloads Ethereum consensus and not. So in order to answer this question, we asked a much more fundamental question. This one. So a much more fundamental question, that is Ethereum over leveraged in the first place or not? So if you go to the Ultrasound money website, you will find that the total value logged by Ethereum is around $400-500 billion, whereas the stake that is securing the blockchain is around $50 billion. So there is almost a 10x multiplier out there. So would you consider Ethereum over leverage? Like at first look, it looks like yes, it seems like a lot less security. $50 billion of security is securing the stake is securing the $500 billion worth of TVL in the Ethereum. But Ethereum has never been attacked by anyone. So why is it even secure in the first place? So we wanted to answer that question first, and before going to that whether Eigenlayer over leverages or not. Second question is, can we get unconditional crypto economic safety or not? We'll go to this later, like what does unconditional crypto economic safety means. So in order to answer whether Ethereum is over leveraged or not, we assume a model called economic safety model. So in traditional consensus protocol or any system analysis, there are like two existing models that people have been using. One is the BFT consensus model, where people assume that 1/3 fraction at most are adversarial nodes. There is another model where Nash equilibrium model, where people think that if all other people are following the policy, should I also follow that policy or not? Generally, those two are the models that people have been using. But there's a third model called economic safety model. In this model, that you assume that everyone in the protocol is colluding. So now can we say something about this protocol? If everyone colludes and they corrupt the system, how much is how much effort they have to put in corrupting the system, and by corrupting the system, how much profit they can extract? So that means there are two important quantities that we have to measure. One is the cost of corruption, basically how much cost it incurs for an adversary to just collude and carry out a successful attack on that system. The next one is the profit from corruption, how much profit it can extract by attacking the system. So if you consider a system to be crypto economically safe if your cost of corruption is greater than profit from corruption. Basically, the adversary loses money or asset by attacking the system. So this is the model we'll assume for analyzing whether the Ethereum is or any proof of stake protocol. I'm just using Ethereum as an example here, but any proof of stake protocol will be safe or not, is over leveraged or not. So now we want to show that Ethereum, why is Ethereum crypto economy safe in the first place? So to do that, we'll evaluate cost of corruption and the profit from corruption for attacking any proof of stake protocol. So the cost of corruption is pretty straightforward. It's 1/3 of the stake. Why is it 1/3 of the stake? Because to have two conflicting finalized block on any proof of stake protocol, like a BFT protocol, you need like 1/3 of the stake to at least 1/3 of the stake to double sign on blocks. So that just comes from the BFT consensus protocols, and you can slash them. So at least 1/3 of the stake will be slashed for corrupting the system if they sign on two conflicting finalized block. So that's why the cost of corruption is at least 1/3 of the stake. Now, we want to evaluate the profit from corruption. And this is the most tricky part. So we'll go in multiple steps on evaluating what is the profit from corruption here. So the first attempt is that one might just say that the profit from corruption is the whole TVL that is locked into the protocol. So if you take the Ethereum example, the profit from corruption is just all of $500 billion worth of value that is locked there. So how do you do it? Just you, as an adversary, you sign on two conflicting blocks. Suppose you have 1/3 of the stake, at least 1/3 of the stake you have captured somehow, and you sign on two conflicting blocks. And now you you have a centralized exchange or somewhere which gives you fiat token, fiat currency in exchange of that in exchange of those tokens. So you're double spending these tokens. And the problem is this is not sharp enough. So if this has been the profit from corruption, this is much larger than Ethereum's cost of corruption, which is 1/3 of the $50 billion, and there should have been an attack. There has not been any attack yet. So this means this is just a very loose upper bound on the profit from corruption. So can we make this sharper? So we'll make a second attempt how to make it sharper. To understand how to make it sharper, we go to the original concept of what does a finalization on a BFT proof of stake protocol means. So whenever there is a block that gets finalized, and if there is another block that is getting finalized, then there are like at least 1/3 of the stake is double signing. And that means this 1/3 of the stake can get slashed. But the problem is that if these two conflicting finalized block appears at the same moment, almost close by like few seconds or some few minutes, then it leads to confusion among the social consensus. What does this mean? Like whenever there are two conflicting finalist block, still the consensus, right, has to run. The next proposers have to come and propose a block. So they have to build on top of existing blocks, right? The chain is going. So you have to build on existing blocks. So now suppose there are two conflicting finalized block. Half of the people, honest people might say that, oh, I'll build on this conflicting, finalized block 1. And the other half of the people might say that they will build on the second, on the other conflicting finalized block. People are all confused, like what is going on? There is so much confusion in the social consensus. Here, social consensus means basically the other honest proposers, the light clients, like they're all confused, like which is the finalized block. So this results in an ambiguity. But now if you think even sharper, if this conflicting finalized blocks had appeared after a certain time, then this confusion doesn't appear. So for example, if you have a conflicting finalized block right now, and there is a finalized block right now, and if there is another conflicting finalized block 1 hour later, the social consensus will not be confused because they know that this finalized block appeared 1 hour earlier, and if there is another final conflicting block is appearing at the same height, then this is just this should not be part of a canonical fork at all, because it's just coming later and it's just trying to sow confusion into the social consensus. So this time, right, between which two conflicting finalized blocks should not appear to make the social consensus confused is called reversion. We call it reversion period. So in this, basically the reversion period more formally means that the block is deeply entrenched in the chain and is already visible to everyone in the social consensus. Now this will become a canonical, this block will become part of canonical fork, even if there is another conflicting finalized block appearing after the reversion period. So it does not lead to any ambiguity. Of course, the people who signed on the conflicting finalized block will get slashed, but there is no ambiguity within the social consensus. And this is the most important term here. So we talked to some of the EF people and they said the reversion period is in the order of seconds. So if there is like a if two conflicting finalized block appear within like one after another more than 3 seconds or 5 seconds later, then it does not lead to any confusion among the social consent, which is the canonical block. So what does this mean is that the profit from corruption bound can be bounded to say that the total transaction value, value of the transaction that were executed by the clients within the reversion period. Because these transactions, people were confused, and now they might not become part of the canonical fork because they got reorged out in the canonical block of canonical fork. So now the question is, can we make this bound even sharper? So that we don't have an exact estimate on this profit from corruption, but we wanted to make it even more sharper. So one crucial observation that we made is that there are certain set of transactions, we call it atomic transactions. For example, any swap transaction that you do in DEXs, they are an example of atomic transaction. And in DEX, suppose I'm paying ETH to get USDC from you, and suppose we all consider like this particular transaction was part of a finalized block. So I have the USDC now, you have the ETH now. Now suppose within the reversion period there is another conflicting finalized block appeared where this transaction is not included, but somehow the social consent got confused, but eventually this alternate fork ended up becoming the part of the canonical fork. So in this case, you end up having the USDC, I end up having the ETH back. So there is no loss. You just got your USDC back, I got my ETH back. So the state got reverted. So there is no harm that happened. So that's why we say that it adds to no crypto economic load in this case. But there are certain other transactions like hybrid transaction. For example, if you want to exchange your ETH for fiat from a centralized exchange, and the centralized exchange is like it will accept, you have to send your ETH to centralized exchange wallet, and they'll give you fiat in return in the off-chain format. And suppose they instantaneously they give you the fiat, but suppose because of this reorg, the on-chain transaction that I paid you in ETH got reverted. So I got my ETH back. The centralized exchange does not have the ETH anymore, but the centralized exchange gave me the fiat also. So it's a loss of the centralized exchange now. So that's a problem. So instead, the centralized exchange should have waited until the reversion period before paying me the fiat. So that's the important part. So this kind of hybrid transactions, they add to the crypto economic load. So specifically, Ethereum is trying to protect this kind of hybrid transactions in the first place. And this kind of valuation is much significantly lower than like 300 like $500 billion of TVL that we think that Ethereum is trying to secure, but they are actually trying to secure this kind of hybrid transactions in the first place. Now the question is, can we reduce this profit from corruption bound? We believe that this is much sharper, but now we want to have rules in the system. The light clients, they should enact these rules so that this profit from corruption bound can be reduced even further. So the way to reduce this profit from corruption is we propose is a rule called secure confirmation rule. In fact, we believe that most of the centralized exchanges or bridges, they have this rule. So once I state the rule, it will become obvious that why I'm saying that they have this rule. So the observation is that if a hybrid transaction is confirmed only after the reversion period. So a hybrid transaction has both an on-chain part and then off-chain part. So for example, the centralized exchange, I send you the ETH, I get the fiat from the centralized exchange. So getting the fiat back from the centralized exchange is an off-chain part. So if the hybrid transactions are confirmed only after the reversion period, then they can never be reverted. So what does this say? That you can have a secure confirmation rule where the off-chain part of the hybrid transaction should be executed only after the reversion period. So once you do that, now your profit from corruption becomes even sharper, you only those, so the chain is only trying to protect only those hybrid transaction. So the profit from corruption can only from those hybrid transaction that get executed within the reversion period and are basically not following the secure confirmation rule. So basically, some of the lightlines might be like in a so hurry that they want to give the fiat very quickly. So now, what is the problem? There is an issue with this. These bounds are not observable to everyone. So we don't know, for example, Binance might be executing many of these hybrid transactions very quickly. Bridges might be executing many of these hybrid transactions very quickly without following the secure confirmation rule, without waiting for the reversion period to finish. Coinbase might be doing it. So, but these are not visible to us. So can we make these things visible to everyone? Can we make these things attributable? So everyone should know that, oh, Coinbase is executing this much volume of hybrid transaction without following the secure confirmation rule. This bridge is executing this much amount of value of hybrid transaction without following the secure confirmation rule. So this thing should be visible and attributable. Here, attributable means that we should know the exact value. So knowing the exact value gives the exact concrete bound on the profit from corruption, because only this much value can be corrupted and can be benefited by an adversary attacking the system. So that's where this new protocol called StakeSure we propose. Basically, it's an insurance protocol. And to understand this protocol, we assume a much stronger model. A stronger model means that we want to give a much stronger guarantee. So to recap, we were in the cryptoeconomic safety model where we wanted a system to be called cryptoeconomically safe if the cost of corrupting the system is greater than profit extracted from corrupting the system. Now we want to give a much stronger guarantee. Basically, no honest user in the system should suffer any loss of the fund. So this is different from the cryptoeconomic safety model, because in the cryptoeconomic safety model, even though the adversary might be losing funds, but the harmed users, they are also losing money. But in the strong cryptoeconomic safety, we want to ensure that an innocent user should, even if it's trying to get harmed by an adversary, should not face any loss of funds. So it's a very stronger guarantee we are trying to achieve. So from this stronger guarantee, we can understand the intuition that what does this system should do. Basically, whenever in strong cryptocurrency safety, if the no honest user is losing any loss of fund, that means they should get compensated proportional to the harm caused to them by any adversary. Now, what does this mean? Users should commit to the amount of compensation they should need. And basically, this if you go into your day-to-day life, it should ring you like about insurance. Like in insurance, whenever you buy a car insurance or a medical insurance, you say that I want to get this much insurance amount if I ever get injured or if my car gets wrecked or something like that. So this is what, and you buy it beforehand, right? Before you are getting harmed. So similar to that, here users should commit to the amount of compensation they should get paid if ever they got harmed. So once they state clearly, right, as a user, you know that how much compensation you want. When you buy a medical insurance, you specifically want tell everyone that this is the compensation that you want. So in this case, the user knows its own value and will tell what is the compensation that it wants, and that sets the value for the profit from corrupting that particular user, profit from harming that user. So now if everyone does that, so you get an upper bound on the profit from corruption, and it's much more tighter. So what are the key ideas on this design? Basically, whenever there's a fund, like in Ethereum, today's Ethereum or any proof of stake protocol, whenever a staker who has double sign gets slashed, the slashed funds get burned. So instead of getting burned, that slashed money should be used for allocating to the insurance. It should be used for compensating the harmed users of that blockchain. And who should we allocate the slash funds to is basically those users. And those users would have bought the insurance beforehand by stating what is the insurance amount they want if they ever get harmed. And when to sell insurance, they have to buy it beforehand. It's just like in day-to-day life, when you do the medical insurance or car insurance, you have to state it beforehand. You don't buy insurance after you have gotten harmed, right? Now, you also want a rational transactor policy. Basically, each rational, you want the rational people, rational users to hold enough insurance so that it's greater than the fund, their fund that is at risk of getting harmed. Like the amount of harm that any the system can do, they should buy insurance more than that. And it's a self-scaling security. Basically, now if more and more people want to buy insurance, you have to give premium, right? When you buy a car insurance, you give premium each year or each month. So basically, if more and more people wants to buy insurance, they will give a premium, which means that more stakers will join the system because it's additional APY on top of the gas fees that they are getting anyway from the attestation fees or the proposal fees. So it's on top of that. And you also want to avoid a grieving attack. Basically, you don't want people can buy insurance for themselves and then they harm themselves also. So that's like, it's a pseudo-anonymous economy. You don't know, like the people are self-inflicting harm on them, like to fraud the insurance system. That happens in real world. So we want to avoid this kind of grieving attack. So what we do, we burn a small amount of fund itself, so that if it repeatedly wants to do, it will eventually, the adversary would eventually end up losing all of its money at some certain point. So this is the key idea on the design. So now if we want to compare with traditional insurance, how is it different from traditional insurance basically? So there are like certain differences. In the traditional insurance, it is statistical. For example, in car insurance, they always put an estimate that say 1% of the people might apply for car insurance. There 1% of the people their car might have gotten wrecked. So they always put that much amount of money at any time to pay out at least 1% of the car insurance. They don't have all the money for paying out. Like if all 100% of the people who bought insurance got their car wrecked, the insurance people won't have enough money to pay that money, pay the compensation. So it's very statistical. On the other hand, in the stake share protocol, it's not statistical because people buy the money that they are buying. Remember the rational transactor policy, the people who are buying this insurance, it should be greater than the fund that they risk losing if there is a problem. And the money that they're getting is from the stakers itself who can harm them. So it's deterministic. So there is nothing statistical going on in stake share. Second is the closed system. In traditional insurance, the insurance company don't come and just damage your car or affect you with a disease. It's something like someone else, like the insurance companies are not the people who are harming you. They are just there for paying you insurance if your car is getting wrecked sometimes or your health is down. But in stake share, the people who can harm you, basically the stakers of the proof of stake protocol, are the people who are paying you insurance. So it's a very closed system. Third, there is no moral hazard. So this insurance policy is for the safety attacks, double signing. So in stake share, it's a in an objectively attributable manner that whether a double signing has happened or not. In traditional insurance, you don't know, because many people will try to fraud the system by saying that my car got damaged or something, whereas they might have just gotten damaged their own car or something like that. But nothing like that can happen in stake share because for the double signing is visible. Now there is no grieving because some portion of the fund gets burnt, so you can't keep grieving repeatedly. At certain point, the adversary will run out of the fund, the money that is putting. So here grieving means that the people who is putting the staker who is behaving maliciously is also buying insurance from itself. And if certain amount of fund is getting burnt every time when the insurance is paid out, then at some point in future, it will just run out of the money. But in traditional insurance, you can do these grieving attacks. So that's the difference. Now there are certain emergent properties in StakeSure that appears. First is the self-scaling security, because you just have to buy an insurance which is greater than the fund that it's at risk. So you have to state what is the cost of profit from corrupting your fund will be. What is the fund that is at risk? So it's pretty self-scaling. So the crypto income security is figured out by the protocol by itself. Second, the pricing the right dimension. So in today's the staking yield, it is done in assuming that the demand for computation is much greater than the computational that is being offered by the system. So basically the EVM execution. But in an ideal world, like in today's Web2 world, the computation is very cheap, right? The AWS computation is significantly cheaper than doing a blockchain computation. But at certain point, you might want to have an infinite or a very cheap computation, and in that case, the price from the gas price from computation will go down. So in that case, this with an insurance policy, you can pay the gas prices. So it becomes an additional yield rate, and so this separates out the dimension of computation and security. The third one is you can have insured light clients. Currently, there is no insured light clients, but the light clients can buy insurance to pay if they are executing the hybrid transaction without waiting for the reversion period. And the fourth one is secure bridging. So you might have noticed that Vitalik article here, he says that you can't build secure bridging because of 51% attack. So the fund that was breached to the other side might become unbacked by from the sending chain. But with StakeSure, you can have a secure bridging, because if at any time there's a reorg or something, the breach can just get an insurance fund to back up the wrapped asset that is on the receiving chain. So these are some of the emergent properties. And one way to imagine the mental model is that previously blockchains used to be think like a bank lockers, and validators can steal all the money if the safe is broken. Now the new mental model is like the blockchains are like FedEx, and validators can only steal the value in transit. Now, when you send any package in FedEx or UPS, or like there are a lot of other package transit services, you have the capacity to buy an insurance for protecting your package, and you declare that how much value of insurance you want to buy. So it is something like this is the new mental model with the insurance on proof of stake protocol will be. And that's all from my side. If you have any questions.
Thank you. StakeSure. I mean, I think just kind of like clarify this, because you have talked a lot of like the StakeSure in a more abstract level, but in essence, like you're kind of like packaging what already you have with Eigenlayer, and then kind of like offering it as a packaged product, which you call it like an insurance product. But in essence, you're sort of like still doing just the restatement, but for I guess more in a concise manner.
So we originally we didn't propose StakeSure from a restaking perspective, but from can you have this insurance in directly in the Ethereum consensus itself or not? But we are planning to include that in the Eigenlayer itself also.
I see.
Yeah.
Just.
Thanks for the talk. So just a couple of questions. So first is that you most started off from those like this framework about like different types of profit, different types of costs. And I was expecting that you will give some quantitative analysis results showing that, for example, for Ethereum or for Eigenlayer, how do these within different models, how quantitative things look like. Could you say something about that? That's kind of a suggestion that, okay, so the system probably is not secure without them, so that's why you need to build them. So that kind of seems to confirm Some might prior that the restaking is actually over leveraging. So could you comment on that?
Yeah, so the first question, the actual value we don't know because no like suppose Coinbase or Binance, then
But sorry, but you have the other two models that
yeah. What is the other two? You mean the
I think you have the for profit, you have three models.
Yeah.
The third is hybrid. The other two, I think you can do the quantitative.
So the first one doesn't work because $500 billion, that's just the TVL of Ethereum. So if that had been the profit from corruption, there would have been an attack on Ethereum, which has not happened yet. So the first one most likely, like at least anecdotally, that has not happened yet. The second one, the model is about the atomic transactions and the hybrid transactions. So hybrid transactions we can't calculate because no one know like bridges or the exchanges who execute the hybrid transaction. They never broadcast that what is the hybrid transaction value they are executing within this reversion period. So that's a problem. So there is like unless we go and talk with these exchanges, we'll never know this number. And even if they give the numbers, it's hard to verify that whether these numbers are exactly correct or not, because they are never declaring that it's very hard to verify those things. So that's why we don't have the exact numbers.
It would be interesting, like you inject some of your estimates.
I say, yeah.
And you see how the
Yeah, I agree.
Will be something interesting for people.
Yeah, I agree. So this is where maybe, yeah, it's hard to like, it's hard to do that experimental analysis on that to get those numbers. But I see what is the point to have those numbers. It will be much easier to appreciate what is going on. And to answer your second question, it does not says anything about that Eigenlayer is over leveraging the consensus model. It's more like if there is so much space between profit from corruption and cost of corruption, and you can have insurance model like to even make it better. So if there is so much gap between that, and then having Eigenlayer, it just does not cross that gap. It just says that. So because there is this one estimate that we had is that we talked to certain people who had some idea about the exchanges. They said that generally exchanges don't give you fiat immediately. Like if you do exchange on Coinbase, they don't give you the fiat immediately. So there's this time they always wait. They follow the secure confirmation rule. But in certain cases like bridges, they don't want to wait for for a while, like 1 hour, 2 hours to transfer the money. So in those cases, they can just buy the insurance payout. And so that means that already the profit from corruption is very low. And with Eigenlayer, you are not like crossing the cost of corruption, which is the 50 by $3 billion. So that is the thing. Does that answer your question? I mean, I guess having exact numbers will be much more helpful than whether it's cryptocurrency safe or not.
I can just ask the question. It's just a clarification. So in this architecture, the reversion period is, what would be like an anecdotal definition of what the reversion period could look like for this kind of system?
Yeah, we when we presented this to certain folks from Ethereum Foundation, they said that we are thinking that this reversion period will be in the order of tens of minutes, like half an hour. Like say Coinbase, it will wait for half an hour before giving you the fiat. But certain folks from EF, they mentioned that no, it could be in the order of seconds also, because suppose that you have a conflicting block right now, and 5 seconds later you have another conflicting block finalized by the same height. Then by that time, social consensus has already made up its mind that the first one should be the part of canonical fork. And because you might have seen that whenever a validator gets slashed, Twitter is very active. Oh, this validator got slashed. Discord, everywhere is like people have already noticed it. So I mean, that's the social consensus, that people never talk about what is the power of social consensus. We keep saying that blockchain, but it is the coordination among the social consensus. And we are trying to leverage the power of social consensus for like making the system strongly cryptoeconomically safe.
All right. I think that's it for
Soubhik, and thank you very much. Again, thank you very much.
It's good to see you again, Tony. By the way, I am now about 4,000 kilometers away from where we met a few days ago. Yeah, I actually just flew back from Istanbul, and I am now back home in Los Angeles. And if you can't tell from how from my eyes, I'm extremely tired too. So I'm right there with you guys in spirit and also in time zone, plus a bunch of jet lag. Yep. But yeah, so I would love to just dive right into it. Bear with me 1 second. Let me share my screen. So the overall theme of what I wanted to talk to you about today, and I hope that this can be a very interactive presentation too, because I think when I look at the attendees list, I see a lot of extremely technical people, and that's very exciting. It's my favorite type of presentation. So I'm actually going to try to go real fast through the first bits, because I think a lot of you are very familiar already with the overall ideas and the designs behind how MEV works. One of the things that I want to stress, though, in the very beginning is, as I've been talking to different groups and as I've been sharing a lot of what we're working on at Fastlane, I run into two very distinct sets of individuals. I run into people that come from an account abstraction background, and I run into people that come from an MEV background. And the interesting thing here is that they both have a very different definition of the word bundler, and they have very different definitions of the word operations. And so, for all intents and purposes, no pun intended, whenever I say a bundler, I am not referring to an MEV bundle necessarily. I'm referring to an account abstraction bundle, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But when I refer to operations, it's had a lot of different names over the years. These have been called signed messages, meta transactions, intents, but not really, gasless transactions, 712. But these are all the same thing. And what it really comes down to is a UX improvement where the user signs a message rather than a full transaction. It's a way to handle things efficiently on the front end. When it comes to MEV, there are two different types of MEV. There are a lot of different ways to classify MEV. So there's many different ways to split up the types of MEV, but the two types that I'm particularly focused on in this presentation are exogenous and endogenous MEV. Exogenous MEV would be MEV created by something that happens off-chain. Think the Binance rates change. Something where the initiating factor, the thing that creates the value, is something that happens outside. This could be even something as simple as the block timestamp increasing, which is fundamentally set by the proposer or by the builder. Endogenous MEV, however, is something that's traded on chain, typically by a transaction. Some examples of endogenous MEV would be an Oracle update that lands on chain, which can then lead to a liquidation, being the MEV capture. A large DEX swap could be something that creates a high amount of price impact, which could then lead to a DEX-DEX atomic arbitrage. Or a new token mint being triggered could lead to token sniping. These would all be examples of endogenous MEV, and that's what I'm primarily going to be focused on in this case, not the exogenous, like the Binance cross-chain stuff, but the endogenous stuff. So you guys are all extremely sophisticated. I can kind of breeze past the majority of the MEV stuff and get straight to the juicy parts, but the general idea being that builders are in control of MEV because builders get to sequence transactions. But account abstraction is changing things. It's a little bit different. With account abstraction, what we have are these operations, these user apps. And we have this entity called the bundler. And again, like I said before, different from what you all are used to in the MEV world. The bundler here is tasked with taking operations and putting them into a transaction, which they then send on to the builder or the validator or the proposer, etc. Currently, right now, when you're looking at user operations and the MEV extracted from these user operations, the majority of it is still going to the validators, because when these user operations generate MEV, they're typically, the MEV created by this, the endogenous MEV, is typically gobbled up by the transaction that follows the transaction that included inside of it the user operation that created the MEV. But this is somewhat inefficient. This is somewhat inefficient and it's not perfect. But the reason why, and this is a really key thing here, the reason why it all goes to the validator, still to the proposer, is because the validator still controls which transaction goes in the slot that follows the transaction that had this profit creating, this MEV creating operation. But there's nothing that says that the bundlers can't put more than one operation in a transaction. In fact, there's some very strong gas incentives to do actually multiple operations inside of a transaction. And so what we can see in the future, and we're starting to see this now actually, is that we can have a endogenous MEV creating user operation, and then we can have a endogenous MEV capturing searcher operation or solver operation, whatever name we decide to go for it. I know this is like the searcher solver thing is one of those words that likes to keep changing its definition or its name every so often too. But what this means is that for endogenous MEV, the vast majority of it going forwards is going not to be captured by the validators or even by the builders necessarily, but it's going to be captured by the bundler. Because before, where we had this environment where it was the validator slash proposer slash, indirectly vis-a-vis the builder that could control which transaction goes into the valuable slot. Now, all of a sudden, they don't have any power at all because it's the bundler who can put the operation to capture the MEV behind the operation that creates the MEV, lock it all up into a singular transaction using the private key, and then the builder, validator, etc., can't really do anything about it without a quantum computer and cracking the private key. But there's quite a few big ifs, quite a few big exceptions to this, and we're going to get into that a little bit because I'm sure many of you guys are thinking as to why that might not be the case. In order for that to play out the way that we're expecting it will be, we have to control the MEV starting at the very, the tippy top of the MEV supply chain, which is to say the front end. This isn't even like at the DApp, this isn't like even at the smart contract level for the DApp itself. We mean like straight at the very beginning, at the front end, at the call data creation level, when the user is going to the front end, logging into the website, before they even sign their operation, which is well before the wallet even propagates it to any sort of RPC, before they even sign the operation, we have to know what they're signing, which means their call data has to be generated based on the inputs that they put into the front end. That is where the MEV will be captured using account abstraction. And it's all going to happen upstream of every RPC, wallet, relay, builder, etc. As long as the front end has the ability to enforce bundling privileges. And the reason why that's a big if, a big conditional, is because EIP 4337, the account abstraction EIP, actually is built around this premise of bundling being permissionless. With EIP 4337, you have this public alternate mempool. And what this public alternate mempool does is it allows anyone to be a bundler of operations. But when anyone can be a bundler of operations, the downside is that, well, who gets the actual privilege? Who gets the right to actually bundle the operation? And the answer is, if anyone can be a bundler, then it's whoever is going to extract the most value that will actually end up bundling the operation, because they'll be able to pay the builder the most, which the builder can then pass on to the proposer the most. And then thanks to PBS, which is a system that really encourages and incentivizes maximum extraction by definition, we're going to run into a situation where if anyone can bundle the operation and if everyone can see the operation, then whoever can extract the most will. But we can bypass that using smart contracts. We can bypass that by using a non-compliant EIP 4337 spec, and we can handle all of these guarantees at the smart contract level. That's not to say that builders aren't still important. Builders are still extremely important. Builders have access to information. They have the ability to see like what transactions there are in front of this single transaction of bundled operations. And I have to be very careful with how I phrase this because I lose a lot of MEV people when I'm talking about this. But the general idea being that, yeah, so a single transaction of bundled operations, not to be confused with an MEV bundle. Builders do still have a huge role to play because the order of transactions that happen in front of this single transaction of bundled user operations, someone should come up with an acronym for that, impacts how effective the operation is. It's also going to become extremely complex once we start to look into the fact that a lot of these operations are intent-based. And what happens if the builder is also the party that was trying to fill the operation? Like, what if the builder just happens to be one of the prop shops that's, like Wintermute or SCP that's acting as, the two main builders right now. And so it's one of these situations where there is still a huge value to play. And there's still a lot of considerations made for builders that has to be sort of like built around. And it's one of these things that it can be handled, but it has to be handled very explicitly and very delicately. And I think that's actually, I'm going to get into this a little bit, that's one of the things I'm most excited about Swab for. One of the other neat things about having the builders as bundlers is not only can they really handle guarantees at a better way than any other sort of bundler and more like accurately handle the gas cost risk and the gas elements, builders can also handle the risk advantage. So if they, for instance, need to do any sort of Eigenlayer related collateral guarantees for bundling operations, then they can. They can do it knowing that it's riskless. Like we were talking before in the previous presentation about insurance. Well, insurance is something I actually happen to know a pretty decent amount about. And it's one of these things where with insurance, you have this huge, adversarial element to it, right? You always want to assume like adverse selection, like maximal adverse selection. And the neat thing with having builders as bundlers is that the builder actually has a huge information advantage with things like insurance and like posting collateral, because the builder is the only one that can post collateral risklessly if they are bundling operations that require collateral posted. Everyone else has to worry about adversarial builders, whereas the builders themselves don't, because they are obviously not going to be adversarial with themselves. They can also do last minute, just in time collateral posting as well, which I think is something that we're like extremely interested in at Fastlane. Also have speed advantages, local access to the intra-block state, which means they can do 2, 3, 4 transactions deep, then simulate the state and see what the transaction would look like in that 5th slot. They can bundle the apps during block construction, and they can also are best positioned to handle the knapsack of knapsacks problem. Each of these single transactions that is composed of a bundle of operations, the knapsack, right? You've got different operations that you have to compile together, and then each of those becomes a transaction, and then you've got different transactions that you've got to compile together. And so we have a fundamental knapsack of knapsacks problem, and the thought of trying to do this over some sort of like, TCP/IP connection and introducing network delays, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I think there's a reason why we're seeing so many GPU leaning chains pop up to handle this exact kind of thing. There's also a cost advantage. Extra gas used during bundling is only as expensive as the block's least profitable transaction. And so if, for instance, the bundler is trying to put in some of its own stuff or to handle some extra security checks in order to capture a lot of extra value, then all it really has to do is just, if it's the one paying its own gas cost, then it's really only just kicking out the transactions at the very bottom of the block. It's least, like the block's the least valuable transactions, like because it is paying indirectly itself. And so there are some very, very interesting dynamics. It's also the lowest requirement for on-chain solving. And so we do think that builders have a huge advantage as bundlers, but not always, because there's a distinct element of adversarial building that we have to be extremely careful of. So what are some of the secondary effects of account abstraction? The good is that private order flow will be less centralizing. Endogenous MEV is MEV created by transactions or operations, and account abstraction means that pretty much, like I would estimate within the next 5 years, all all endogenous MEV will be captured this way. It's trustless, it's faster, it's more gas efficient, it's smoother, it's cleaner. There's really no reason not to. And it's one of these things where all of that is really, really great at the surface because it does solve the vast majority of the centralizing problems of order flow. But it also creates some new problems, unfortunately. The good problems, like the things it fixes, is that we get MEV protection for unsophisticated users. For instance, any DApp that wants to can have any user, not the sophisticated ones that know how to install a custom MEV blocking RPC, which, like, let's be honest, the people that know how to install an MEV blocking RPC aren't really the type of users that generate a lot of MEV to begin with, right? Like the type of people who get sandwiched would be like me the very first time I ever used DeFi, when I didn't even know what MEV was. What account abstraction does and what this improved UX does for dApps is it allows dApps to give this protection to all of their users, regardless of if that user has ever used DeFi before. It also reduces the reliance on centralized infrastructure. You know, centralizing or censoring the user operation also means we unfortunately would have to censor the solver operation as well. They're fundamentally tied together. The value creation and the value capture are fundamentally linked. And so we can put some of these transactions straight into the public mempool, and that's great. You know, that's great. And that also leads to a greater decentralization of validators for reasons that have to do with smoothing of the MEV, just by nature of the fact that there will be less MEV to begin with, and therefore less volatility. The bad news is that new centralized infrastructure may and probably will emerge. These operations still need ways to communicate with each other. And while EIP 4337 is building a public mempool, like a public alternate mempool for operations, the problem is that it's going to suffer from all of the same problems that the current public mempool suffers from, which is that if everyone can see it, if all the searchers can see it, then the bundler will just be whichever bundler can extract the most value. The other thing is that when you start capturing MEV at the front end level, that is a huge red flag for regulators. Like that's probably like the worst possible thing you can do if you want to aggro the SEC. And so it's something that we have to be careful of. So this isn't just like speculation. A lot of this already exists in like slightly diminished forms. For instance, we see Uniswap X. It takes a, like it's on centralized infrastructure now, but it'll be decentralized soon. Bundler privileges are enforced via permissioned whitelist. You know, right now it's just market makers, but the overall idea is there. The proof of concept is still valid. We see things like wall chain, which is where there's not really like any like searchers or solvers, but there's just this like central like smart contract. And the front end just routes all the users straight to this central smart contract that just auto backruns everybody. It misses a lot of value, but it's a very smooth UX. Then we've got our relay on Polygon, the Fastlane relay on Polygon, where all of the MEV is searcher operations that are executed by our smart contract, which is an entry point, which verifies that they paid what they said they were going to pay. It verifies that their bid was paid. Otherwise, it reverts their entire transaction. And then this one's actually my favorite. I mean, obviously, mine is my favorite, and the one that we're currently working on is my most favorite of all. But of these four, I think like one of the neatest ones is API 3's OEV, which is where built into the API 3 smart contract itself, you have this auto backrunning system where searchers will basically get the Oracle updates, and then they're bonded. I'm not fully sure how it works, but the searchers are auctioning and they are competing to backrun the Oracle updates. And that is at the smart contract level for API 3's smart contract, which is very, very fascinating. In terms of PBS specific impact, because I saw that this was a misalignment, I wanted to make sure I took a swing or two at PBS before I start talking about some of the cool things. So one impact on PBS, I think like probably the biggest one is that there's this misperception that PBS is necessary for OFAs. I've heard this repeated by multiple people, and I couldn't disagree more. In fact, I would go so far as to say that like PBS and OFAs are antagonistic. I think Blair Marshall from Blocknative presented, I think, like 2 or 3 slots before me. And I think he went into a lot of the reasons why, like with some great examples as to like why that's the case. But at the end of the day, you don't need PBS in order to do OFAs because OFAs can be handled at the bundler level. In fact, you can do so trustlessly rather than with trusted builder relationships, which, by the way, it's kind of interesting that like the OFAs with PBS like are required to use trusted builder relationships, which is really fascinating because the builders are directly adversarial. The more they can extract, the more profitable they will be. The more profitable they are, the more likely they are to win the block. That's literally how it's designed, right? And so you've got this like you're trusting a party, but it's like a definitionally adversarial party. And so it's a very interesting like dynamic. It's, you know, one of those things where we, you know, see it play out in TradFi all the time. But we can bypass all of that with account abstraction OFAs. We can have smart contract guarantees over who can act as the bundler, the account abstraction bundler. And more specifically, even the user, like the user can bundle their own transaction. Like the user can collect and aggregate these searcher operations and bundle them himself. And it's one of these, you know, scenarios where it's like an extremely like just better system. Like it's using smart contracts, it's using blockchains the way the blockchains were meant to be, decentralized and trustless. And we're not having to rely on like, you know, prop chops in order to, you know, handle this because there's not really these adversarial parties. And so, yeah, I think in the short term, I think the biggest impact on PBS will be that we don't need PBS for OFAs. And I think that that is a great thing. I think the huge downside of this DApp value accrual is the fact that all of a sudden censorship becomes a very optimal strategy. You can see I made a little modifier right here. If Hayden over at Uniswap were to take this modifier and just plop it right down into the Uniswap v4 code base and put it right in front of the swap function, then all of a sudden we would have a fully centralized builder market and there would be nothing that anyone could do about it. And because he would have, not he, like Hayden would never do this. He's an extremely decentralized person. But if someone were to do something like this after having cornered the swap market, then they could censor all of the other, you know, competing dexes very easily. And it would be in their best interest to do so. And this would be it's hugely concerning. And it's particularly concerning because of the fact that the value isn't really coming from the smart contracts themselves, nor is it coming from people who know how to read smart contracts. All of the value here is coming from the order flow, which is coming from the front ends. And so we can't really rely on this, oh, DeFi would never let this happen. The social layer would never let this happen. Like, it would be great if we could. I hope that we can. But maybe I'm a little bit suspicious, but I genuinely am concerned that like 10 years from now, something like this might happen, or we might have specific builder requirements put into swap contracts, which will inevitably lead to a dominating, monopolizing DApp to then start censoring their competitors, which will then force all of that competitor's web traffic to go to the web traffic or go to the website of the dominant swap builder. And that's how I think Ethereum and just blockchains in general become fully centralized as a result of PBS. But I think ePBS can actually fix that, and we'll get into that in a little bit. So what are we working on over at Fastlane? Well, we're basically building something that'll combine all of this stuff that we've talked about. And the general idea being that we are building a system called Atlas that allows any front end to monetize their DeFi traffic, either through intent fulfillment or MEV, either way, in a way that improves UX. Like, we literally are measuring clicks because that's literally what that's literally what the front ends are measuring. And we're doing this in a way that improves UX, decreases the regulatory exposure, and bypasses the solve or cold start problem by plugging into our existing network of operations or operation-based searchers and solvers. I've been like talking about this for months now, and I still don't know if I should call them searchers or solvers. I imagine the Flashbots people are eventually going to make me start calling them peekers, which cracks me up. But that's the general idea of what we're working on. It's a modular, easy integration for DeFi apps, permissionless. It works backwards compatible with all of the existing apps. For instance, it works for all of the Chainlink MEV. It works for Uniswap backruns. It works for Uniswap X. It works as a Uniswap router. It works as an anti-LVR hook pool. It can do like everything. And all it does is just slap an auction on top. That's all it does. You can turn anything into an auction. And in this sort of market, with just like blockchain in general, the ability to turn anything into an auction is extremely powerful when you can use account abstraction to have explicit smart contract guarantees over who the beneficiary is. And the reason why we love this so much is because it allows us to take so many of these auctions that right now are giving the value to parties that, quite frankly, maybe shouldn't be receiving it. And it allows us to, like, using smart contracts and trustless logic, redirect that value back to parties that should be receiving it. And we think that's a very, very good thing. And the way we do it is by using hooks. If a dApp or a DeFi app or a front end wants to use Atlas, all they do is they create a new smart contract. It's a very straightforward smart contract. If you've looked at the Uniswap v4 hook system, it's very similar to that, except maybe slightly more lightweight, but not by much. The general idea being that the dApp can choose what happens before the user operation. And then what we do is we take these solver operations, these fulfillments, these searcher ops, and we allow hooks before the solver op, hooks after the solver op. And we do that all inside of a try-catch. So if, for instance, we're looking at a swap intent, which is probably the most easy example. For a swap intent using Atlas, the way it works is that for the user operation, all we do is we just verify that the user operation, that the user has their underlying tokens. For the pre-solver hook, what we do is we transfer the solvers, or we transfer the user's tokens to the solver. Then we run the solver's operation. Then for the post-solver hook, we verify that the user received what the solver promised they would receive. And if the user didn't, then we revert that entire solver up, as well as the pre and post solver hook, and then we loop back and we continue the try-catch loop. Now, this is arguably not the best or not the most gas efficient way to handle block space, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But the important thing here is that these solvers do have to escrow their gas ahead of time. Otherwise, this would be a huge attack vector from solvers against bundlers. This also allows the hooks to allocate the value however they want to. One of the neat things here is that dApps can run these auctions in any sort of currency they want. If it's a swap intent, they probably are going to want to run the auction just in whatever currency the user's trying to buy. It's in a sense, it can be seen as like an RFQ. But let's say, for instance, this is Chainlink as the user, and this is a Chainlink Oracle update. Then the solvers could be competing in this auction using Link as the currency to bid up in order to compete for backrunning these Chainlink Oracle updates, which, by the way, this all works. Thank God Chainlink doesn't use tx.origin, which is the one thing that breaks Atlas. And so, like, with that system, like, you could use Atlas to create a on-chain series of hooks that capture all of the MEV from all of the Chainlink Oracle updates in a trustless and decentralized way that doesn't require any sort of RPC-based OFA. We can plop it down straight in the mempool. And the other key thing here too is because we can't assume that builders are friendly, we have to assume that builders are hostile. What that means is that we can't just use one solver operation, because what if the builder is the solver? What if it is a swap intent? And what if the price did move against the builder and they want to get out of their fulfillment? Well, you could do what most people do and just whitelist the builders and have trusted builders and sign agreements off chain. We don't like that though. And so what we've done is we've made it so that it's extremely cheap to cancel a solver operation for the solvers. Not perfectly cheap. It's not free, but it's cheap-ish. But even if one solver cancels their operation, then there's still the second highest bidding solver, and then the third highest bidding solver. And so as long as all of the builders don't collude, then we'll still have a solver that is coming out on top, even if this the builders are solvers and the builders are trying to get out of it. So it's a really fascinating approach, and it is exactly mimicking how we are currently running the MEV operations on Polygon. This is also, by the way, why we're so excited about Suave, because the biggest criticism of Atlas, which is our system, is that it is an inefficient use of block space, which is true. Like we are going to have more block space used up by Atlas because we are going to have some reverted solver ops. It's true. In a way, you could actually argue that this is a return to PGAs, which is also true. This is also what we've seen on Fastlane on Polygon. Like this is all charted territory for us. That's why we're so excited about Suave. On Suave, what we can do is using the Atlas SUAP. I actually have no idea how to pronounce that, by the way, so please don't correct me. please correct me if I'm wrong. But we can actually handle all of the verifications and all of the logic on the Atlas SUAP on Suave, and then cross-settle on Ethereum using, I'm just now realizing you guys can't see a portion of it, using Permit 69, which is our novel permit system that we invented just for Atlas in order to bypass a lot of the issues that arise with having hooks and regular EOAs rather than smart wallets. Another concern is that due to PBS and 4237's permissionless bundling, the party who can extract the most value from the user will become their bundler. Thankfully, the Atlas SUAP can trustlessly bundle the user ops and match it with searcher solvers and then auction it to builders, who can then return a portion of the priority gas fee to the user. And so it's one of these things where we're able to use the Suave programmable privacy to permissionlessly. I mean, I don't really know enough about SGX to know if it's like truly decentralized and permissionless or not. I assume it is because people smarter than me say that it is, but I'm just going to say permissionlessly. And if you disagree, take it up with the Flashbots people, not me. But what I'm excited about is the ability to leverage this technology and use that to take this value that currently is going towards proposers, towards builders, and instead permissionlessly and trustlessly return it back to users. And I genuinely believe that you can't really fulfill an intent if the execution layer, like if the execution element of fulfillment is antagonistic towards the user's underlying intent. And I genuinely I've seen a lot of intent solutions so far. I don't think I've seen one that actually fundamentally works to handle that, except for the one that we are working on and that we plan to launch on Suave. Finally, another concern that we've seen, this is more of something that I've noticed, that Suave cannot be integrated into a dApp front end without impacting UX or requiring smart wallets. And that's something that Atlas fixes. Atlas allows user operations to improve the UX, but does not require smart wallets, which we think is a distinct and intentional UX choice. Last slide, Atlas X Suave predictions. This is all, disclaimer, this is IMO, IMHO. But in the long term, I think that Suave and Atlas on Suave's greatest strength is its ability to act as an account abstraction bundler, paymaster, and meta smart wallet in a way that is trustless, decentralized, and gas efficient. And the thing that I think is most powerful about that is that replaces so many middlemen. Like if you look at the account abstraction pipeline, especially like if you consider the fact that like that entire AA pipeline is like pre the MEV pipeline, that's like all stuff that happens before the MEV supply chain. Like there's a lot of third parties in there that are not public goods, although some might say they are. And so one of my favorite things about like Atlas X Suave is that you have this ability to have a bundler not be this entity running infrastructure, but a bundler just as a smart contract on Suave. Sorry, as a SUAP on Suave, which is one of the things that we're going to build with Atlas. And being able to handle all of this in a way that returns maximal value to users and to dApps or to like liquidity providers, or really wherever it is, best allocated, wherever the front end wants it to be. That's something that we're extremely excited about, because we think that long term, a lot of the DeFi advantages really like won't benefit the user until the value and the flow actually like trustlessly in a decentralized manner goes back to the users. So we're very, very excited about that. I also predict that Dan is going to somehow tag Andrew Miller, maybe in the ear, maybe in the back of his neck, I don't know, but with some sort of geolocator, so that people stop asking Dan so many questions that Dan had to then ask Andrew Miller. But yeah, speaking of, if any of you've seen him, tell him to check his messages, because I need to bug him about some cryptography stuff so I can get a private key into Suave so I can actually build this. But yeah, that is the overall gist of the presentation. Apologies, my voice is usually a lot smoother, but I am 14-hour flight. Just landed like 8 hours ago. So thank you. I would love to take any questions that you got.
Yeah, it's Vishwa, by the way. Just a quick question around the expression of preferences that we're now going to see in intensive architecture. Do you see dApps as having control over that, or do you actually see it as the wallet with which the user comes to the dApp? Obviously, we haven't seen enough order flow with 4337 user ops in DeFi just yet to see which direction that's going. But yeah, that's a question.
It's a really, really good question. And what I would say is, like, fundamentally, it's both and also neither. And the reason why I say that is because it's actually the front end. And like, what is the front end? Well, some front ends are run by wallets. Like, for instance, MetaMask, they have a little, like, a swap module. You can do swaps on the MetaMask module. That's kind of a front end, right? Meanwhile, like, Uniswap, they've got a front end. But the Uniswap front end isn't the only front end that allows people to swap on Uniswap. You've also got, like, Foundation. Uniswap Foundation has, I forgot the name of the company, but there's a variety of different ways to access the same, like, dApp. And there's also a variety of different ways to access, like, anything from the wallets. So what I would say is that fundamentally, it's the front end. And I would also say, like it's whatever is capturing the user's traffic, whatever is building the call data, whatever is building the call data that the user then signs, like, that is the top of the supply chain. And if the value is captured, or retained is probably a better word, if the value is retained when the call data is generated, that all happens pre-signing, pre-transaction. And that's done by, the front end, which could be the wallet or the dApp or whatever. And so, yeah, I mean, it's tricky, because I think now we're especially seeing, like, new types of front ends, like, starting to pop up. And yeah, no, it's going to be an exciting thing to see, especially because we saw the Uniswap Labs front end with that 15 bips fee. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how the front end arms race plays out, because I think user traffic really is, like, the only thing that matters, and I think that is a front end game.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Alex, again for a very thorough talk through the MEV plus 444. I think I mean, everything will be recorded, so we'll be publishing it on YouTube, and later on we'll be distributing it across Twitter as well. So again, thank you very much, Alex, for coming on board and take a shot at this talk. Oh, I guess your time is not that late. For us, it's quite late. So, but yeah, very
Well,
much.
I'm still on turkey time though, man. I literally just landed like 8 hours ago. So for me, I'm just as sleepy as you all are. Plus,
Yes.
plus the jet.
It's great to be here. Yeah, we're cognizant that it's a graveyard shift for you guys, so we'll be energetic and fast as we possibly can, because we know it's late for you guys in Turkey.
Yeah. Once again, thanks Yuki for organizing this. Look forward to sharing.
I'm just gonna share my screen real quick. Oh no, that is not. Can you see it?
Not yet.
There. You should be able to see the.
Oh, yes.
The drive?
Oh. Yes.
Is it the drive?
I saw some inner strength, someone holding a sword or something, but
The beautiful. Yeah, guys, I've been studying the blockchain quite hard.
Okay. Yes.
Okay,
there.
finally.
We got it. Yes.
So present mode. There we go. So we'll be discussing the centralization of MEV leakage and AMMs. And so I'm Ludwig and this is Karthik. We're both working at Sorella Labs and we're building Angstrom, which is kind of our response to LVR and the complete unsustainability of LPs in AMMs today.
Built on top of Uniswap before.
Yeah. So for the contents, this is quite a short talk. So we're going to be talking about the LP's predicament, the swapper's predicament, and we're going to kind of describe the main problems and move progressively towards a solution, and then how going about that we can internalize that MEV leakage.
Awesome. So let's start with the LPs problem. As we all know, LPs are getting mercilessly armed right now, losing a lot of money. And why is this? Well, this is essentially loss versus rebalancing, LVR, a quick primer on LVR. This is why LPs are negative in expectation. And at the end of the day, you can sum it up as just a function of information asymmetry, right? So we have price moving exogenously in continuous time on a centralized exchange. And we have our own discrete price updates per block time on chain. So these centralized exchanges are also deeper books than what we have on chain. So let's say during a block time, there's some realized volatility on the centralized exchange, which is always going to be the case for short tail high volatility tokens. As a profit maximizing arbitrager, I am going to hedge on the deeper venue, which is the centralized exchange, which has experienced the price discrepancy. And I'm going to submit an order to trade the underlying AMM from the stale price to the new true price, right? In the diagram on the right, this is going to be trading from A to B. And this ends up being profitable for me. And as a result, arbitraged against, or me arbitraging against the underlying LPs, because in swapping from the price at A to the price at B, I'm trading against the underlying LPs at strictly better prices for me than the final end price of the pool. So the profit maximizing ARB is not the final price of the pool, which makes it so that LPs are losing a lot of money and me as an arbitrager is making a lot of money.
So quite simply, the consequences of LVR for LPs are quite dramatic. LPs are like negative expectations, so negative payoff. And that is at its core like threatening the sustainability of decentralized exchanges as a whole. If you're not profitable, if on expectation you're going to lose money, well, quite logically, you're not going to be providing liquidity. And you must be asking yourself, well, why do we see so many millions today in liquidity pools on Uniswap V3, for example? Well, nobody really knows why. And the best answer that I've received in terms of that question was that the people that were actually deploying liquidity were funds that actually collected money from various limited partners, and they advertised this high rate, this high APR to them, and now realize that it was a very unprofitable strategy and are just collecting the 2 and 20 and see it now as an AUM game. So I don't think that's a sustainable thing in the long term, and I think we can all agree that as an industry, we should strive to enable some form of profitability for the people that are providing that liquidity. In terms of the transaction supply chain, what we see is that neutral searchers, but effectively just searchers that aren't operating a builder, are bidding in a blind auction, while these integrated builders that are operating their searcher within their builder infrastructure bid in a second price open auction, because they have the information of the incoming searcher bids. So they know exactly how much to pay for a specific access to this data. Then in terms of the builder market, well, we see clear force of centralization here, because the HFTs that are vertically integrated have a structural advantage, right? They are producing this exclusive order flow that nobody has access to. And if you look at the actual flow, we have, well, mainly rsync and then Beaver Builder, and both don't actually send this sexdex flow, this stat arb flow to each other. So it's even exclusive between them, well, quite logically, because they don't want to give the other party that edge in terms of profitability, that extra boost in order flow. Now looking at the swappers predicament, well, put simply, it's just suboptimal execution. People like to present the LP problem and the swapper problem as completely orthogonal. That simply is not true. And I think that is quite intuitive to anyone here. If the liquidity provider isn't profitable, they're most likely going to push that cost onto the swapper. So quite naturally, they're not going to be executing at very low fees. And so how we see it exhibit itself is that compared to centralized limit order books that exist on centralized exchanges like Binance, even for these extremely deep liquidity pools, the execution quality is still worse. And for the other reasons that effectively cause this, we see it be MEV, we see it in the sense of high aggregate fees where you have high gas fees, high swap fees, and then you also just see the underlying convexity of the AMM invariant, which communicates itself as a slippage cost to the user. And so moving towards a solution, how can we arrive to a place that is better for the LP and the swapper? Well, the minimum viable properties, the desirable properties for an AMM to be sustainable and for the swapper experience to be enjoyable and efficient, is that we need to contain the value within the application. So we need to capture completely the value that is extracted from the adversely selected parties. And this is mainly in two fashions, through recapturing the value of sexdex, so recapturing the value of this arbitrage against the pools because of this exogenous price. And so we have to do that by removing the proposer monopoly on that front. And we also want to recapture background, which is kind of a flavor of the same thing. In terms of swappers, we must protect them from sandwiches. So we have to remove the dependency on ordering. And the little diagram that you can see on the right shows the value flow. And so as you can see, it flows up, and it all flows always back to the proposer, because at the end of the day, they have the exclusive say on what block is finally proposed and therefore executed. So things have to be done so that all of that value doesn't just trickle up to him.
So now what we have in the minimum viable solution is all good, and that needs to be addressed for us to have sustainable on-chain systems, but we can do much better than this, right? So we all know from traditional finance that HFTs are more than willing to provide great execution quality to user orders. So how do we actually leverage this counterparty and benefit the entire system as a whole? Well, HFTs, they are competing with each other for zero-sum opportunities, and they're looking for amortized profit. So this is profit minus their costs, right? And in the competitive equilibria, they're extracting this profit from these zero-sum opportunities based on their spread. And the spread is being priced in with a notion of the pervasiveness of toxicity of the underlying flow that they're trading against, but also their costs, right? So these costs manifest themselves in talent. We all know quant talent is notoriously expensive, and also their latency optimized infrastructure. The other externality is that this latency optimized infrastructure and the associated cost makes this game of high frequency trading and being a counterparty to user flow very exclusive. So if we can find a way to reduce infrastructure rents, then spreads are going to be much tighter as a result, and also the game is going to be less exclusive, which is a very large benefit for the system as a whole, for execution quality as a whole. So now this is our proposed solution for internalizing MEV, and it is a combination of a batch auction and an ex post realized volatility auction. So some intuition on the properties of a batch auction and kind of how it allows us to get this desired system that benefits both the passive LP and the uninformed swapper. Essentially, you can think of user limit orders, uninformed trades that come within a block time as a conglomeration of supply and demand. And you can also view the AMM liquidity as an aggregation of the LP's expressed preferences for trades they're willing to take, so supply and demand on their side. So every block, we aggregate all of these orders and the underlying AMM liquidity, and we see if there's a point of intersection. That is to say that, is there a quantity that we can clear such that the intents of all users are satisfied and we execute everyone at that point of intersection? This means that some users who express intents that were perhaps a bit misinformed, they get better execution quality, but everyone is guaranteed at least the execution quality of their intent. And the thing to note, especially here, is that the underlying LPs are also executed at this price, right? So if you recall earlier, the problem with LVR is that as an arbitrager, I'm able to trade against the pool such that the end price of the pool, which is the profit maximizing ARB, is not the average price that I trade for the entire transaction. The average price I trade for the transaction is strictly beneficial to me and not the LPs. This is essentially saying that the LPs will also execute at the final price. So to actually arbitrage against the pool, now searchers will be competing against each other to improve price. We'll get into the externalities of this in the next slide, but now let's discuss the ex post auction. So we can actually do one step better than just the batch auction and institute an ex post auction to make sure that at the start of every block, price is perfectly reset to what the exogenous venue is. And to do this, we essentially realize that the fee that is charged on swaps in a pool is something of a bid-ask spread, right? And we know that if there's any volatility within said spread, the price is not going to be reset to what the true price is at that time. So to enable us to reset it at all times, we essentially make it so that we auction off the rights to execute against the pool as the first swap with no fee. And in the competitive equilibria, the value that searchers will pay for this opportunity is strictly the actual value of the arbitrage opportunity, which is equal to transacting against the pool at the true centralized price, thus resetting the pool as desired, and the LPs are better off as they have not been arbitraged against. So the analysis of the entire system as a whole, essentially we have, instead of latency, where these super sophisticated high frequency players are competing against each other to fill flow, they're now competing against each other to offer the best execution price for all users / LP liquidity in the batch auction. And this has, significant positive externalities, namely uniform clearing price leads to the mitigation of systemic arbitrage against LPs for the aforementioned logic that if the LPs are executing at the price that the searchers are also trading against the pool at, it's very difficult now to arbitrage against the pool in the way that the profit maximizing arbitrage makes it so that the end price of the pool is the profit maximizing ARB. Now the profit maximizing ARB is to trade somewhere in the middle of what the true price is and what the current AMM price is. But this essentially leaves something to be desired for other searchers. So now other searchers are going to hop in. They're going to improve the price even more and more. And we have convergence to what the true price is, which yields convergence of the LPs to a true payoff that they would have in traditional markets. Additionally, we have complete MEV protection for user orders. And this is a result of the fact that executing at the uniform price, it gives a sense of commutivity to orders. So now if I have two orders transacting through an AMM, A and B, I can order A and then B, or B and then A, and they'll have two different payoffs. But if I have uniform clearing price, A and B equals B, A then B equals B then A, which makes it so there's no ordering value to be extracted, very desirable property as we mentioned. And then the limit order functionality, this essentially allows for really large user orders that would incur a lot of slippage to then, instead of being transacted against the underlying AMM bonding curve, for more sophisticated searchers with larger inventories to then match the order with their own limit orders and offer better execution quality to the whale who wants to move a lot of volume through the pool. So yeah, this is a preliminary analysis of what we're building here at Sorella with Angstrom, and we look forward to unveiling more as we get closer to launching.
Thank you, Yuki, and thank you all for listening. But yeah, that's all for us.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for the applause. So late at night, it's like 10:30. No, actually, no, 10:40 p.m. in Turkey right now. So all of the warriors standing here, well, I mean, sitting here is definitely desperate MEV learners like myself. So I appreciate your attendance very much today and sticking around from the very beginning of the events as well. So I really appreciate that. Now, just some Q&A session here. And actually, I will kick it off the Q&A real quick with the Sorella teams here. So, I guess obviously there's like a lot of like trade-offs in this like a DeFi space in terms of how permissionless the protocols are, how permissionless the liquidities are, how centralized the liquidity or LPs are. Like in case of order book, you have market makers that are oftentimes very centralized, maybe in a even in a competitive market that just participation of a market maker itself is a bit more centralizing effect. While on the extreme end, you have LPs on AMMs that are like fully decentralized, but at the same time, you have this like, I guess, this like the 6/6 LVR type of things happening. So in some ways, Sorella Labs is kind of like taking the middle approach where you have somewhat permissioned LPs accesses in a way that you have, and maybe entities behind that is handling some liquidities, but just from the Sorella Labs perspective, what do you think about this trade-off between like the permissioned access to liquidity via this kind of like a hook type of implementations potentially? Karthik or Ludwig, whoever want to take this over.
So to summarize the question, you're referring to the permissionless access to liquidity via hooks and its centralizing effects or decentralizing effects, just to make sure I fully understand.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So I think hooks are like really interesting because they enable like open market competition through access to this like decentralized liquidity source. But I also think that for a big part of the innovation that we're going to see, it's going to happen through some form of restriction on the access to state, in the sense that to guarantee all of these properties, you obviously can't make it fully open. Not anyone can access the state, because then you lose all of the sophisticated MEV protected properties of the system itself. So now what's interesting is that the smart contracts, although decentralized, now shift the burden of decentralization to the underlying infrastructure, to the sequencing-esque infrastructure. May that be Suave, may that be ours, the Delgard network, may that be any like other form of component that arrives as an in-between point between the underlying execution and the sequencing. And so that's where I think users have to be really careful in analyzing the decentralization properties of those underlying components. And it's also very hard because we see that there's always this huge trade-off between efficiency in the private setting and centralization. And for example, Suave takes on the view that because they're operating in this winner-takes-all, it's there's necessarily this component of centralization that's introduced. So that's it's a bunch of trade-offs. If you design your application where it's a collaborative game where there isn't a single winner, then I think that reliance on centralization kind of dies down quite a bit. But in the setting where it's winner takes all, it's very hard to not have centralization be introduced.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, there's a question. Yeah.
Hey guys, just a clarification questions. I think my understanding. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, I see you guys meeting it.
Oh yeah, we can hear you. It's a bit quiet, so
yeah.
Try to speak up as loud as you can.
Okay.
We're leaning in, pretending that's going to help us, but
yeah, it was like that FIFA meme when you lean into the TV where you have the video games. Anyway,
we're fully engaged.
So just a couple of points of clarification. I wanted to understand how you solve for the staleness of price on the deck. So I think you mentioned over there that every block there is an express preference between LPs on either side, that this is the price that I'm willing to, execute at. So I want to understand how that staleness is solved. And the second is, could you just clarify how the HFT firms are effectively repurposed here and how the playing field becomes a little bit more level? Thanks.
For sure, yeah. So the staleness is solved really through both angles, right? Essentially, what solves it directly is kind of this ex post volatility realization option, where now you say that it's Armageddon to transact with the pool, to be the first one to transact with the pool. You transact with no fees, you get first rights to all the underlying at the touch liquidity at the stale price, but you have to compete with all other sophisticated players for the right to arbitrage this pool. And in short tail high volatility pairs, this is going to be the actual price of the bribe you have to pay to the LPs to transact against the pool is going to converge to the actual price of the arbitrage opportunity, right? Which is going to make sure that the LPs are compensated and price is adjusted from stale price to the true price. You also have this kind of as an emergent property of the batch auction system, because the underlying LPs are going to execute at the price at which everyone trades at, right? So now let's as a thought experiment, say that price on a centralized setting at the start of the block is $1,000 ETH to USDC. And within the 12 seconds, it moves from 1,000 to 500. So given that the underlying LPs are going to execute at the price of my perceived trade, me as an informed player, as a sophisticated searcher, I'm only going to want to move the price to 750. Because then we all execute at 750, but since I know the true price is 500, I can still hedge, right? But now there's something to be left for another sophisticated player, namely someone who sees that I reset price to 750 and say, no, I'm actually fine with 600, right? I'll go to 600. And then there's kind of this cascading effect where all the sophisticated players are competing against each other to make price converge to what the true price is. And this is exactly how we're repurposing the HFT role, because right now you're competing as an HFT for latency, right? If a user transaction, user market order comes in and I'm able to fill it before my counterparty, even if he was willing to fill it at a better price, I am going to fill it at my price because I'm faster. And we're basically saying we don't need these rents to be paid, and it's rents paid at the cost of execution quality. Instead, let's batch, right? Let's make sure that we're not wasting rent on infrastructure, latency infrastructure, and instead make sure that those who offer the best price will be the ones who execute at that price.
And to respond like more practically in terms of how this actually works, it's actually really simple. You're just gating the execution of the pool. So you have your like before swap hook. It calls our hook on the underlying pool that you're trying to execute on, and it checks who is actually executing. And so our system forces a multi-sig contract that is the only authorized like party address to execute. So how that communicates in practice is that you have this relay network that forms consensus. And they're forming consensus on that underlying bundle, on the canonical like combination of the highest bidder that is paid the most to execute against the pool and the rest of the like regular user swappers or market maker orders. And those orders are all like signed structs. They're all intents, right? They're not actual transactions. And you compose them all and compress them down to a single transaction. And the beauty there is that it's extremely efficient in terms of gas, because you can compress everything down to a single swap per pool. So for any given number of interactions, it doesn't matter if there's 3 or 10,000, like 1,000 swaps in the transaction. Regardless, you only actually execute a single Uniswap swap. So you only do the AMM math once, which is far cheaper in terms of gas.
Yeah, well, that was some alpha drops. Well, I mean, I'm sure you guys sitting here got the alpha drops right there. So, any more questions from the crowd? Huh?
Quick question.
You have a quick question? Okay.
Just a quick clarification question, Ludwig and Karthik. You mentioned the limit order functionality, because is that only through the consider once?
So this kind of expands on coinstance of wants, right? coincidence of once, very trivially, is let's look at all user bids and then user asks, and then find the point of intersection, or clear, net them against each other. There's going to be some delta that's uncleared, and then trade that through the AMM, right? This kind of goes one step beyond that and says, instead of netting what can be netted and having some delta that's traded through the AMM, let's consider the AMM as part of this underlying bid side, ask side liquidity. And let's execute everything at the canonical uniform clearing price.
All right. Oh, I guess
I have a quick question.
Oh yeah,
if you don't mind me.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, please.
So and apologies if you already answered this, but I was curious about like visibility. Will the different swappers be able to see the like sizes and volumes of each other's swaps? And the reason why I ask is I'm thinking like for market makers, initially the huge volume is going to be for the beginning one, which is going to go back to the LPs for sure. But then let's say that there's just regular non-toxic flow that, you know, pushes the rate in one direction. You know, there might be some competition over like back running that or capturing that, you know, in the opposite direction. And I was curious as to like visibility there, or if maybe that'll just get pushed into being like value that gets picked up by the next top of block, or how you guys see that playing out.
Yeah, so great question. So yes, they do see it, because I think, as we've seen, is especially with the like MEV share experiment, you need the information to be able to like get optimal execution. Only if you can't obviously have some like super sophisticated ordering that creates extreme extraction. So yes, absolutely, they can see the orders, and they will very much use that information to know what like opposing limit orders they should post. And that's where this idea of repurposing the HFT comes in, because they now are incentivized to offer the best price. And there is no paying the rent to the proposer and front running and then back running, right? You can or decide to go within that batch and then offer your liquidity for that large order that you're seeing, that non-toxic order, or decide that, well, that order is going to create a mispricing against the underlying pool. And then at the next block, you have to compete against other searchers to bid back that value to the LP. So regardless, or the swapper is getting a way better deal, or your underlying LP gets that value as a rebate at the next block when the auction kind of restarts, because there's an underlying mispricing, which creates an even bigger gap between the centralized price and the AMM price.
Got it. That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Well, anyone else who have questions? All good. All right. Well, you know, I'm quite impressed that even though we run late on the schedule for like 40 minutes, and that it's almost like 11 p.m. here, but we still have people hanging around at this kind of research workshop. I'm honestly quite impressed. But thanks again to our speakers, Ludwig and Karthik from Sorella Labs, as well as, you know, Alex, who have been also sticking around to just listening on a lot of the conversation here. Thank you, Alex. Thank you all for coming today. Thank you all the attendees to also stick around. So that would essentially conclude our MEV Orderflow PBS misalignment talks. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuki.